Up here, you have to be relentless and fearless. You have to know how to climb higher with no regard for barriers and boundaries. And you have to be equipped for every challenge, which is why we built a rear suspension like Alpha One, using a single beam to carve and maneuver like nothing else. These are the new Alpha Ones from Arctic Cat. Alpha One shreds every expectation of traditional twin-rail design with a lightweight single-beam suspension that was expertly engineered and rigorously tested for toughness. This design means fewer parts and less weight, allowing it to cut sharper corners and take on bigger challenges. Alpha One maneuvers effortlessly, carving and floating with ease. And without two rails to trap snow, its single rail stays lightweight all day, every day. Now on every mountain snowmobile, plus the Blast M mid-sized and Riot X crossover. It's the ultimate weapon for side hilling, tackling steep slopes, and more. Next time you have a mountain to climb, you better have an Alpha on your side. The Alpha One single beam rear suspension from Arctic Cat.
All right, good morning, everybody, wherever you're watching at. If you're here on the hill or if you are watching the live feed from home on either the RMSHA Facebook page or RMX Sports over there on YouTube. If you are on YouTube, though, let me tell you this right now. Before we get going, before you want to look away, make sure and hit that subscribe button on YouTube to RMX Sports TV. It actually helps us out. It helps the production team out a lot, and it's going to help us bring you better coverage throughout the rest of this season and next season. So hit that subscribe button on RMX Sports. We appreciate it. We're going to start things off with a prayer and then our national anthems in just 1 second. We're getting ready to race, starting a little bit earlier this morning. It is going to be a warm day here in Pocatello is where we're racing at, Mogul Madness at Pebble Creek. And it is going to be toasty today, so we're getting a little bit of an earlier start. And also, we don't want to pay overtime to the ski patrol. So we're going to be done by 4 today, come hell or high water, so we're told. But we're going to get things going. In just one moment, we'll do our prayer and national anthem.
There's something inside us, something that motivates us, a longing to get out, to break free. Some call it adventure. Others call it escape. But we don't ride to escape life. We ride to capture it. Polaris. Think outside.
SOP twins right there, baby.
All right, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for coming out. And again, if you're watching from home, thanks for doing that. Make sure and hit subscribe on RMX Sports. We appreciate you being on the Facebook page. But if you want to watch it on a television, you can go over there, do that on your smart TVs and things of that nature. But we're going to go ahead and get our race day started off right with a prayer, followed by both the U.S. and Canadian national anthems. So if everybody would please bow. Our dear Heavenly Father, we are so grateful for this opportunity and this beautiful day and this beautiful property to be able to race on. We ask that you'll bless all of the Hill Help, all of our contestants and everyone here with safety, that we'll be able to go home and continue this season that we've been blessed with. Lord, we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. All right, we don't have Alexi this morning, so we're going to do the United States National Anthem, the Star Spangled Banner via Memorex, and we will go right into the Canadian National Anthem. Thank you, everybody, for your faith and patriotism. As soon as we get our hill help up the hill and in position, we're going to go ahead and start racing. And we're going to start with 600 stock in the red lane. It's going to be up first, racer number 515, Riley Sprunger, followed by Kobe Crapo, Tanner Myers, Keith Bailey, Keith Curtis. And I am joined once again, you're welcome, everybody out there in TV land and here on the hill. Brandon Tittenser, the captain, is back.
All right, good morning, everybody. And on the blue lane, we're going to start with Pro Senior Stock. Lane Stank, Jeff Rogers, Bob Tom, Brooke Beckstrom, Jim Marshall, and Brad Sharp.
While we're getting in position, we want to thank our incredible sponsors this year. We got more and more of them jumping on every weekend. Man, we are just so appreciative of our sponsors here with RMSHA. Our King of Kings sponsors is Articat, Polaris, and Skidoo. Starting Line Products been with us for years and years. We appreciate Jerry and the whole crew over there at Starting Line Products for all of their support and jumping on. And this is probably one of the neatest programs going on right now, especially for the semi-pros. Pure Adrenaline Motorsports adding $500 to our kings and queens. That means the semi-pros that usually get a little bitty check are going to walk out of here with a $500 check from Pure Adrenaline Motorsports. Big thanks to them. Pure Adrenaline Motorsports, unleash the beast. Our King of the Hill sponsors, Boondocker, they are the sponsors of the Hot Pit. We've been getting a lot of talk about those Boondocker, jack stands that we've been prototyping, and it's coming together. They're working out pretty darn good, and so those are getting a lot of attention. So big thanks to Boondocker sponsoring the Hot Pit this year, and Bart Butcher with Butcher Racing. Last seen having a good time, sponsoring our trophies. And, of course, Carl Cycle Sales, Idaho's largest power sports dealership, family-owned and operated since 1966. We're the premier gas, Honda, Husqvarna, Kawasaki, KTM, Polaris, Timbersled, and Suzuki Power Sports dealership in the Northwest. We don't just sell snowmobiles, motorcycles, ATVs, and UTVs. We ride them and test the limits of the power sports vehicles we sell. At Carl Cycles, we know because we ride. And Driven Power Sports, also long-time sponsor, one of our gate sponsors, Wyoming's premier Polaris and Skidoo dealership. And Fox Shocks, go farther, ride Fox. And Frank May Skidoo, our Finish Line sponsor, big thanks to them jumping on early in the season. We appreciate them. Ooh, I'm getting a little vertigo with that camera moving out of the corner of my eye there. And Rocky Mountain Power Sports, they are our Starting Line sponsor. And also, they were the ones bringing you the live feed at the World Championship Hill Climbs last weekend. They are serving your power sports and equipment needs in God's perfect square. Thomas Drilling, tapping water for years, serving Idaho and Wyoming. And Zebros, upgrade your suspension. Queen of the Hill sponsors are Island Park Adventures. Salt River Motors, our mission is to offer you the latest Polaris snowmobiles, ATVs, side-by-sides, along with unparalleled service. Once you give us a try, we are sure you'll be back for more. Phillips 66 U-Save, convenience. Your convenience, our pleasure. Star Valley Skidoo, Tad Jenkins Auto Group, where small-town values endure. Points Leader sponsors Afton Point S Tire, Clover Creek Inn. Feel welcome, feel comfortable, feel right at home at Clover Creek Inn. Johnson's X, specializing in utility work and custom home excavation, serving Summit and Wasatch counties in Utah. Precision Boats and Articat. Renton Coil Springs, world-class spring manufacturer for aerospace, military, commercial, and motorsports markets, providing superior quality parts and performance since 1949. Rexburg Motorsports. You choose where you like to ride, and we'll help you get there. And we'll be talking about our sponsors throughout the day. And we are just, again, getting our hill help in position, getting ready to start things off at Mogul Madness here at Pebble Creek in Inkom, Idaho. All right, looks like we're about ready to rock and roll here. We're going to start things off once again in the red lane with 600 stock. Up first is going to be racer number 515, Riley Sprunger, Butte, Montana, riding Polaris, followed by Kobe Crapo and Tanner Myers.
And in the blue lane, we got Pro Senior Stock, number 357, Lane Stank, followed by Jeff Rogers and Plum Bob Tom. All right, here we go. First racer on the hill. Number 357, Lane Stank, on a Polaris. And our first Pro 600 stock racer, Riley Sprunger, Butte, Montana, on a Polaris, number 515. You know, Kenny, it's been 10 years since we've been at this race course. We started in the same starting point, and we went up under the lift 10 years ago right here. And you can see Riley working his way up through there. There's a lot of catwalks. You can't tell on this live feed here much, but there's lots of catwalks and lots of crossings to do here, so this is going to be fun.
Oh, man. And for qualifying today, too, we're only going partway up the hill to, I'm not even sure what gate that is. I think it's 15. And then we'll, for finals tomorrow in the red lane, in the pro lane, we'll go all the way to the top. Oh, Eric still going. Holy Toledo.
Yeah, like I said, lots of crossings, lots of catwalks. He's probably up there going, am I even on the right course right here? Because you get kind of lost up there. He stopped and looked at Luke right there and says, hey, Luke, am I going the right way? Anyway, long ways up there. Tomorrow, it gets narrow and real steep at the top. That's why they probably going to save that snow for tomorrow.
All right. So, we'll get you Riley's time here in just a second. Got some new updated awesomeness that we're figuring out here, and we'll get that to you for those of you watching at home. And we'll get that all for you here in just a second as we get ready to go with racer number 99, Kobe Crapo, St. Anthony, Idaho. Riding Polaris will be followed by Tanner Myers and Keith Bailey. Kobe Crapo, second one up the hill, had an awesome weekend in Jackson. Probably not quite as good as he wanted, but all in all, this is a pretty great experience for the boy. Seemed pretty happy.
Yeah, he's a new world champion right there. 600 mod, Kobe Crapo.
Oh man, we're gonna have to get some navigation software for these guys. Get some GPS. Yeah, we got some times popping up here. All right. So, all racers, please pay attention to the sound of my voice right now. So you see the triple jump right there. Next class, you will have to go through that. We're going to set some poles up, but you do have to hit the triples. I know you can get a little more time otherwise, but for the 7 stock, I believe we will do that now that we've had a couple go up and over already.
All right, sounds like Lane Stank got up there, got into a little trouble. He's going to get a mark at 11.2. 11.2 for Lane Stank. Next on the hill is going to be Jeff Rogers, Camas, Utah, on a Skidoo, number 268, followed by Bob Tom and Brooke Beckstrom.
Oh, man. Well, Kobe Crapo going to get a high mark of 12.3. 12.3 will be the high mark for Kobe Crapo. Up next, racer number 2, Tanner Myers, Soda Springs, Idaho, riding Polaris, followed by Keith Bailey and then Keith Curtis.
All right, our first time in the blue lane. Jeff Rogers up and over with a 126.34. 126.34 for Jeff Rogers. Now off and running number 24F, Bob Tom, Victor, Idaho, on a Skidoo, followed by Brooke Beckstrom and Jim Marshall.
All right, here we go. Number 2, Tanner Myers, Soda Springs, Idaho, riding Polaris. Had some mechanical issues at Jackson. Other than that, man, he was looking for a amazing race up there. Had a lot of good times, and, just had some weird mechanical issues that you just don't see on a regular basis, only at Jackson, I dare say. All right, Tanner, he's got his GPS on. He doesn't look like he's getting lost at all. Yeah, he seems to know where he's going. That's oh. Yeah, Tanner looking for the next gate. Oh, boy. Tanner seems to be moving. I thought they were headed for him. Looks like he's going to get her done. And I believe 152.58, 152.58. And I'll have Abby come and get me Riley's time. I didn't catch it on the sign out there, but we'll get that. So Tanner Myers, 152.58 for Tanner Myers. Up next, racer number 517, Keith Bailey, Moroni, Utah. Riding Polaris will be followed by Keith Curtis and Seth Wilson. Tyson, could you come to the timing trailer, please? Tyson, could you come to the timing trailer, please? All right, Keith Bailey off and running. Keith Bailey working the side hill action over there.
All right, looks like Bob Tom got up there, got into a little trouble. 13.7. 13.7 for Bob Tom. Now we're going to be off and running with number 9, Brooke Beckstrom, on a Polaris, followed by Jim Marshall and Brad Sharp.
Oh, boy. Sounds like we got a high mark of 10.9 for Keith Bailey is what I am hearing, 10.9. High mark for Keith Bailey as we get ready to go with racer number 711. Once again, Triple Crown King of Kings last weekend. Getting ready to take the hill, Keith Curtis, Dylan Montana riding Polaris. All right. For those of you that are like me and a little slow on the uptake, on your screen, Riley Sprunger's time was 2:14.81. 2:14.81. Therefore, at the moment, Tanner Myers is Tanner Myers is your fastest qualifier, and I see a time up there for Kobe Crapo. I'm going to go ahead and make a note of that. I thought I heard a gate on that, but we'll go ahead and write that down just in case. But I believe once we get it all figured out that will be a high mark.
All right, looks like Brooke Beckstrom's up and over with a 131.89. 131.89 for Brooke Beckstrom. Now we're going to run with number 47, Jim Marshall, Bloomington, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Brad Sharp, and he will finish up Pro Senior Stock, and we'll move on to Pro Master Stock, Todd Tupper, Craig Gates, Scott Long.
I know y'all are not getting the music feed at home, but the calisthenics going on the starting line are perfectly in sync.
Yeah, Brad looked over there and seen Keith doing some shoulder workout and arm warm up there, and he's like, I'm going to do whatever Keith does right here.
That's right. Not a bad way to go, really.
All right, Jim's up and over with a 148.06. 148.06 for Jim Marshall. Last out in this class, Pro Senior Stock's going to be number 206, Brad Sharp, Moxie Washington on a Skidoo.
Moving, I did that 4 or 5 times. Tapio.
All right, we got a new leader, 119.35, 119.35 for Brad Sharp, finishing up the class. Now we're going to move on to Pro Master Stock. Number 30, Todd Tupper, Ammon, Idaho, on an Articat, followed by Craig Gates and Scott Long.
All right, the moment you've all been waiting for. Racer number 711, Keith Curtis, getting ready to charge the hill. Not bad if you use it once a day, but not every race. All right, going to watch him go up there. Take the triple, no problem.
You guys that are paying attention down there in 700 stock, well, Keith just went around all that triple right there. You have to go over the triple in 700 stock, and from then on out. All right, Todd Tupper up and over with a 11370. 11370 for Todd Tupper. Now we're going to run with number 321, Craig Gates, Rock Springs, Wyoming, on a Polaris, followed by Scott Long and Trent Hansaker.
And Brandon, we're getting our first look with the other cameras online now of how tricky that part of the course is right there. Side hilling, a little hard, a little icy, and I'll bet you there's some I don't know what to call it other than butt clenching going on when you're going down there along the lift poles. Holy cow. And there he is again. Here he comes. I was like, where'd he go? I like a tricky course up here at Pebble Creek. Mogul Madness. 139.94, your new leader right there. 139.94 for Keith Curtis, new fastest qualifiers. We go with racer number 89. Here he is, ladies. Seth Wilson, Payson, Utah, riding Polaris. Yeah. Need some duct tape up.
All right, Craig Gates up and over to 11961. 11961 for Craig Gates. Now we'll be off and running with number 529, Scott Long, Spirit Lake, Idaho, on a Skidoo, followed by Trent Hansaker and Brad Sharp.
All right, getting a look at that wild course. Seth looks like he's doing pretty good there. Ski Patrol always on the ready for us. We appreciate the Ski Patrol here at Pebble Creek. Everybody should have saw the circus going on up here yesterday, dragging these trailers clear up on the hill. Takes a lot to put on a race, and we got her done. Here he comes, Seth Wilson. It's kind of like a fun surprise. Where's he going to come from? All right, Seth getting her done. And 20462 for Seth Wilson, 20462. And we're going to go with race number 217, Kyle Heap, Evanston, Wyoming, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Zach Wormers and Tavern Rupp. And just for those of you following along at home, every racer in the 600 stock will qualify. That's what we do when you have to open up the hill. But they are still going to try to get in there and get it done quick for the qualifying points.
All right, Scott Long up and over the 126.98. 126.98 for Scott Long. Now we're going to go with number 235, Trent Hansaker, Camas, Utah, on a Skidoo, followed by Brad Sharp and Dolan Phelps.
You think I'd know. Yeah, 155.19 for Kyle Heap, 155.19. We are going to go now to race number 134, Zach Wormers, Bozeman, Montana, riding Polaris, followed by Tavern Rupp and Cole Thomas.
All right, Trent's up and over with a 117.42. 117.42 for Trent Hunsaker. And now off and running with number 206, Brad Sharp, Moxie Washington, on a Skidoo, followed by Dolan Phelps and Jim Marshall. All right, Brad Sharp up and over with a little faster time than his last run, a 1:15.50, 1:15.50 for Brad Sharp. Now we're going to run with number 169, Dolan Phelps, Fish Haven, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Jim Marshall and Tim Mackey.
All right, looks like the trail is starting to be blazed a little bit. Zach Wormers up and over with 158.74, 158.74 for Zach Wormers. Going to go now with racer number 192, Tavern Rupp, Tremont, Utah, riding Polaris, followed by Cole Thomas and Cody Bonney.
All right, Dolan Phelps up and over with a 1:16.89. 1:16.89 for Dolan Phelps. Now we're running with the oldest man, not in history, but in RMSHA. Number 47, Jim Marshall, Bloomington, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Tim Mackey and Brett Hillam.
I think we got all three generations here again this weekend. Maybe. I haven't gone through the list, but I think all three of them are here. All right. Out of view at the moment. Still going. I hope. Tavern Rupp on the hill. Everybody back in Tremont and watching. Which reminds me, I think it's about breakfast time at the Klondike in Dillon, Montana. Understand you guys have been live feeding the video. We appreciate that very much. They got Becca and Lizzie here representing Dillon. Keith Curtis is here too, representing Dillon. You guys might have heard of him. Might have washed your car. But those of you at the Klondike, thanks for watching. We appreciate it.
All right, Jim Marshall up and over with a 1:23.45. 1:23.45 for Jim Marshall. Now we're going to move on to number 132, Tim Mackey, Hermantown, Minnesota, on an Articat, followed by Brett Hillam and Sherman Nelson.
All right, Tavern Rupp missing in action at the moment. All right, sounds like Tavern Rupp going to get a high mark. We'll get that sorted out here in just a little bit as we go with race number 401. Cole Thomas, Athens, Wyoming, riding Polaris, followed by Cody Bonney and Trace and Lutz. All right, so Tavern Rupp going to get a high mark. Cole Thomas getting ready to go, racer number 401. Afton, Wyoming, riding Polaris. This ought to be good.
All right, Tim Mackey up and over with a 1:27.68. 1:27.68 for Tim Mackey. Now we're running with number 333. Oh, sorry. Not 333, just 33. Brett Hillam, Plain City, Utah, on a Polaris, followed by Sherman Nelson and Tony Zollinger.
Man, oh man, look at this. That is just one challenging course right there. Cole Thomas trying to make the best of it, but when gravity's trying to pull you in to those poles, yeah, it's not what you want. All right. Gonna go out of sight for just a second. We'll see him pop up momentarily. Oh, there he is. And here he comes again. You can see with his helmet popping up above that little ridge there. It is wild and woolly down there on the course. Cole Thomas getting it done, memorizing it for the upcoming classes. And here we go with 154.59, 154. 5.9. I think that is good enough for third in qualifying right now, but here again, everybody in the 600 stock will qualify. As we go now to race number 854, Cody Bonney, Helena, Montana, riding Polaris, will be followed by Trayson Lutz and Big Ben changing things up. Going to see him in the 600 stock class coming up in just a little bit.
All right, Brett Hillam up and over with a 125.47, 125.47 for Brett Hillam. Now we're going to run with number 40, Sherman Nelson, Rock Springs, Wyoming, on a Skidoo, followed by Tony Zollinger and Lane Don't Stank will finish up Pro Master stock.
And once again, for those of you that are viewing this at home, or everybody in the Klondike Bar, in fact, so RMX Sports is a Montana company, so all of you watching there at the Klondike, here's what I want you to do. I want you to pull your phones out, go to YouTube, and go to RMX Sports, because there's a lot of Montana-based sports that are going to be on there. The rodeo, they covered the college rodeo there in Dillon, and a lot of good stuff on there. You're going to definitely want to hit the subscribe button. It doesn't cost you anything. You don't have to pay a nickel for this good entertainment, but go hit subscribe on that button. That's going to help Aaron and the whole crew with RMX Sports bring you better coverage, farther, wider, better. So please go ahead and hit that subscribe button. That's true for anybody listening.
All right, Sherman's up and over with a 131.76. 131.76 for Sherman Nelson. Now we're going to go with number 3, Tony Zollinger, Wellsville, Utah, on an Articat, followed by Lane Stank, and he will finish up Pro Master stock, and we'll move on to Semi-Pro stock.
Word from the hill is that Cody Bonney is going to wind up with a high mark. We'll get that for you as soon as it is confirmed. .8 will be said high mark for Cody Bonney. 8.1 as we go with racer number 126. Trayson Lutz, Garden City, Utah, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Big Ben and Wes Selby back got a taste of Jackson, and by golly, he's stuck around out here, I think. Sam Peterson going to wrap up the class. We'll go into 700 stock. And once again, 7 stock. I'm pretty sure you've all got it figured out, but I'm going to say it one more time. You must hit that triple, or you will get a gate called on you. You must hit the triple full frontal. All right, I'm going to go ahead and confirm it's actually 7.9 was Cody Bonney, 7.9.
All right, Tony Zollinger up and over to 123.12. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2 for Tony Zollinger. Last one out in this class, number 357, Lane Stank, out in the Flatlands on a Polaris. And then we'll move on to semi-pro stock with Butch Antilt, J.D. Marshall, Eric Kerr.
Oh, boy, it's getting slickery up there. Well, it worked out good for Trayson. It probably meant to do that. Sliding down the hill just a little bit as he went around that corner, but got her pointed in the right direction and is moving. All right, Trayson Lutz popping up there. This is that real tricky part that would give me the willies. In fact, it kind of makes my feet hurt to watch just a little bit because I crinkle my toes. Here comes Trayson doing good. Oh, yeah. Trayson Lutz crossing the Frank May Skidoo finish line with 155.97, 155.97 for Trayson Lutz. Up next, racer number 72, Big Ben Slensick. Like I say, changing things up a little bit. He is in 600 stock. Rock Springs, Wyoming racer riding Skidoo.
All right, Lane Stank up and over with a 138.36. 138.36 for Lane Stank. And that will finish up Pro Master stock. Now we're going to move on to semi-pro stock. Butch Antilt, J.D. Marshall, Eric Kerr. And he's off and going, number 64, Butch Antilt, Park City, Utah, on a Skidoo.
All right, Ben out of sight at the moment. Oh, hey, he's still going good. Now, Brandon, tell me, he's on a short track. Is that going to work out good for him on this course from what you can see? Or,
you know, as icy as the course is right now, you know, he's got a short track, but he also has a wide front end on that machine. And coming across these side hills, not a lot of them are throwing it on their side. A little bit towards the top, they are having to get it up on their side. That sled's going to be really hard to do that on. But once he does get it on the side, sometimes it can cause it to wash out. But we've seen Garth Kaufman do it over and over again. He's won classes You know, he wins time and time again on a short track. So I really can't answer that because I would hate to be on it.
Yeah, it looks like gravity took over there just a little bit. He's still in the game, but had to do some creative. We'll just say he's not on the sled, but he didn't fall off. He's still running. I think just trying to make an adjustment down there to get pointed in the right direction. There he goes. Got him moving again after his adjustment down there. There's a lot of shadows up there. It'll be interesting to see how the course holds up throughout the day. We're expecting some pretty darn warm temperatures up here, but obviously it's pretty iced up and hard up there by the looks of things. It'll be interesting to see if they actually can dig in there and get on the side and side hill across there.
You know, I think, like you said, it's supposed to get up towards into the 60s today, and if it does that, and with the snow conditions change, you're going to see these speeds get faster and faster and faster throughout the day, but then they're going to run into some rocks, stumps, and maybe even some trees underneath there that get in their way that could slow them down a bit. But it looks like Ben's going to get it done.
250.69 for Big Ben, 250.69 for Ben Slensick. Up next, race number 15X, Wes Selby, Granby, Colorado, riding Articat. Got him up and over Jackson for the first time last weekend, and by golly, he is ready to race. Must have had a good time. I don't even know if he went home. All right. Saw Wes take that triple like Patton for a dance.
All right. Butch is up and over with a 13843. 13843 for Butch. Now on the hills, number 279, J.D. Marshall, Tremont, in Utah, on a Polaris, followed by Eric Kerr and Dan Massou.
Tell you what, Wes Selby, this must be his kind of riding. I can't remember off the top of my head what his background is, but he's taken to hill climbing like a dog to a bone.
Okay, JD's up and over with a 128.75. 128.75 for JD Marshall. Now on the hill, number 88, Eric Kerr, Spring Creek, Nevada, on a Polaris, followed by Dan Musso and Lucas Youngberg.
All right, one handing it up on the uphill side of the sled. No problem. Man, seasoned rider, obviously, right here. We're going to have to get under his helmet a little bit and get his history. Had an invitation to come to Jackson this year. Been invited several times, as I'm told, and finally made it out this year. 155.72 for Wesley Selby. As we go with race number 98, going to wrap up the class. Sam Peterson, brought from Wisdom, Montana. Boy, I'm still in the Jackson frame of mind. Sam Peterson riding Polaris. Going to take the hill. 700 stock, be ready. Don't forget to hit the triple. Les Keller, Kyle Heap, Cole Thomas. You're the first three out.
In this semi-pro class, we have 23 riders, 12 will qualify. 23 riders, 12 will qualify, so keep in mind we got to keep times. The first two classes, Pro Senior Stock and Pro Master Stock, they all qualify to go race tomorrow. So now we get into cutting people out for tomorrow. All right, Eric's up and over with a 120.89. 120.89 for Eric Kerr. Now, number 838, Dan Musso, Etna, Wyoming, on a Skidoo, followed by Lucas Youngberg and Dylan Hart from Lolo.
All right, Smiling Sam. He's got to be smiling under that helmet right now. Looks like he is making really good time up here. Yeah, Sam Peterson, second fastest qualifier as he goes across the Frank May Skidoo finish line. Smiling Sam getting her done. 141.78, 141. 7-8 for Sam Peterson as we go now to 700 stock. And again, remember, 700 stock racers, you must hit the triple or you will get a high mark. Going up first with racer number 147, Les Keller, Kalispell, Montana, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Kyle Heap and Cole Thomas.
All right, Dan's up and over with a 117.88. 117.88, your new leader in that class. Now number 844, Lucas Youngberg. He's from somewhere in Oregon there. Estacada, Oregon, on a Polaris. Followed by Dylan Hart from Lolo and Bo Richin.
Wow, 145 flat going to start us off. Les Keller not going to make it easy. 145 flat for Les Keller going now with racer number 217. Kyle Heap, Evanston, Wyoming, riding Polaris, be followed by Cole Thomas and Keith Bailey.
All right, Lucas up and over with a 119.42. 119.42 for Lucas. Now on the hill, we know this guy. He was a winner in Jackson, a world champion. Number 216, Dylan Hart, Lolo, Montana, on a Polaris. Followed by Bo Richin and Kyle Kuhn. I did. Because I started looking around, everybody was screaming and yelling.
Yo, getting serious now. Come on, Kyle. Hold it together, buddy. No way. Oh, for the love of... Dag nabbit. He had such a good time going. Still alive, though. Going to try to rock it, roll it, and get some traction packed down there. But that sugary stuff don't pack, does it?
No, once you bust through that crust and get down into there and some of that what I call mashed potatoes, it likes to just keep you locked in. All right, Dylan Hart putting a time on the board, showing us he is a world champion. Dylan Hart, 1:12.62. 1:12.62. I believe that's fastest time in that lane today. And now on the hill, number 278, Bo Richens, Idaho Falls, Idaho, on an Articat. Followed by Kyle Kuhn and my man, Tanner Thomas.
Oh, boy, over here in the red lane, that is a heartbreaker right there. Kyle Heap was doing so good. He was well on his way to being the new fastest qualifier. And then right there with the finish line in sight, winds up with a gate 14, high mark of 14 for Kyle Heap. We're going to get him dug out there, and then we'll go with racer number 401, Cole Thomas, Afton, Wyoming. Riding Polaris to be followed by Keith Bailey and Wes Selby.
That's SOP twins right there, baby.
Off and running now with racer number 401 in the red lane. Cole Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, riding Polaris to be followed by Keith Bailey and Wes Selby.
All right, Kyle's up and over with a 1:24.88. 1:24.88 for Kyle Kuhn. Now we're going to run with number 120, Tanner Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, on a Polaris, followed by Chance Waite and Cody Chapman.
Speaking of the Thomases, Cole Thomas doing some cool stuff over here on the side hill. Just about was able to lay it over on his side, but not quite. You see that gravity kick in, started pulling him down, had to make an adjustment, but he is running good right here. Going to see him pop up, and we may have a new fastest time. He is on fire. Going to take some momentum to get past that tough spot up there. Again, it looks super hard, but like Brandon said, if you break down in through that, and it is kind of like a quicksand or quagmire. Oh, yeah, but no problem. Right there, Cole Thomas going to power right through it and cross the Frank Maskadoo finish line with 1:38.90, new fastest qualifier. Off and running with racer number 517, Keith Bailey, Moroni, Utah, riding Polaris to be followed by Wesley Selby and Tavern Rupp.
Cole Thomas, also a new world champion, winning the 600 stock class and the 600 improved class. 2 world championships, first wins in the pro classes ever. Cole Thomas stepping it up, winning races, taking money. All right. Tanner Thomas showed up to race this morning. 109.13. 109.13 for Tanis. Good enough. Tanner Thomas. He's your new leader. All right, number 119, Chance Waite, Bozeman, Montana, on a Skidoo, followed by Cody Chapman and Jackson Fast Rogers.
Keith Bailey getting her done with 2:12.35, 2:12.35. Turning around, looking back, going, wow. 2:12.35 for Keith Bailey getting ready to go now with racer number 192, Tavern Rupp, Tremont, Utah. He's not seen the Frank Maskadoo finish line, but I think I guess we're going to go. Yeah, I passed him. Racer number 15X, Wes Selby, Granby, Colorado, riding Articat, and we've already seen him put his moves on this hill, and it is impressive. Now that he's seen it once, we might see a new fast time here. Good to have Wes coming out from Colorado.
All right, Chance up and over with a 124.98. 124.98 for Chance Waite. Now we're running with number 453, Cody Chapman, Rock Springs, Wyoming, on a Skidoo, followed by Jackson Fast Rogers and Dylan Hart of Star Valley.
Is it slick up there, Max? I thought I saw you go down. Morning, babe.
All right, Cody Chapman up and over with a 122.29. 122.29 for Cody Chapman. Now we're going to run with number 267, Jackson Fast Rogers, Camas, Utah, on a Skidoo. Your stock world champion, Jackson, Wyoming. Followed by Dylan Hart of Afton and Austin Rogers.
And over here in the red lane, Wesley Selby comes in with a 150.17, 150.17 for Wesley Selby. Already headed up the hill. Well, no, I guess not. Up next, racer number 192, Tavern Rupp, Tremont, Utah, riding Polaris, to be followed by Matt Ryan and Luke Rainey. All right, so we're going to roll to 21. Sounds like Tavern might have got a little boo-boo down, getting checked out by the ski patrol. As we go with racer number 21, Matt Ryan, Victor, Idaho, riding Skidoo, going to be followed by Luke Rainey and Zach Wormers.
All right, Jackson Rogers up and over with a 1:10.39, 1:10.39. I think that's fast enough to put him in the second spot for qualifying. And now we're running with number 346, Dylan Hart, Star Valley Ranch, Wyoming, on a Polaris, followed by Austin Rogers and Cameron Conger. All right, Dylan Hart up and over with a 1:16.64, 1:16.64 for Dylan Hart of Star Valley. Now we're running with 5:09, Austin Rogers, Francis, Utah, on a Skidoo, followed by Cameron Conger and Brody Sermon.
Two 23:33, 2:23:33 for Matt Ryan. I think that was his first look at the hill. So just getting up and over is going to play well for you as we go with racer number 303, sticking another world champion title to his number, Luke Rainey, Thane, Wyoming, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Zach Wormers and Kobe Crapo. That was even worse than I thought. Or that easy spot was a lot harder than it was supposed to be. I'm trying to pull the music down a little bit so I don't drive Matt insane. That's probably not helping his smart ass when we were placing the trailers up here.
Yeah, all right, Austin Rogers up and over with a 1:13.95. 1:13.95 for Austin Rogers. Now number 725, Cameron Conger, Granby, Colorado, on a Skidoo, followed by Brody Sermon and Carson Ehrman.
Oh, yeah. 1:30.09. New fastest time right there. 1:30.09 for Luke Rainey. That's one of the reasons we call him champ. Up next, racer number 134, Zach Wormers, Bozeman, Montana, riding Polaris, followed by Kobe Crapo and Big Ben.
All right, Cameron Conger up and over with a 1-1-2-85. 1-1-2-8-5 for Cameron Conger. That's probably going to get him in there. Now we're going to go with number 681, Brody Sermon, Tarrenton, Idaho, on an Articat, followed by Carson Ehrman and Riley Kincaid, Mod, Champion, King, Semipro, King.
Zach found a good way to get that up and over the Frank Maskadoo finish line. 148.41, 148.41 for Zach Wormers. Up next, racer number 99, Kobe Crapo, St. Anthony, Idaho, riding Polaris. Will be followed by Ben Slensick, Seth Wilson, Sam Peterson. Going to wrap up 700 stock, 9 stock. Be ready, Zach Matson, Max McGinnis, Jordan Stank. Anybody seen Bart yet?
All right, Brody Sermon up and over the 155.48. 155.48 for Brody. Now we're going to run with number 628C, Carson Ehrman, Salmon Arm, BC, on an Articat. Followed by Riley Kincaid and Connor Eliason.
Kobe Crapo, 150.74, 150.74 for Kobe Crapo. As we go with racer number 72, Big Ben. He's got to look at that hill. You're going to see how he takes it with the short track here again.
All right. Looking so far, we have been through 15 riders. Looks like you're going to have to be faster than about a 120 to get in this class. Be into the 120s if you want to get in this class, but that is unofficial.
All right, Big Ben getting her done. Going down in that goal, you're going to see if he can side hill it up across there.
All right, Carson Ehrman up and over with a 11366. 11366, getting it done on the short tracker. And now on the hill, your mod champion, Jackson Hole, number 102, Riley Kincaid, Victor, Idaho, on an Articat, followed by Connor Eliason and Michael Murphy.
Big Ben getting her done with 2:06:57, 2:06:57 for Ben Slentzik. Up next, racer number 89. Once again, here he comes. Seth Wilson pacing Utah, riding Polaris. Sam Peterson going to wrap up the class. And again, I think Tavern was going to be a scratch, so that will actually put everybody in that ran unofficially qualifying for tomorrow's 700 stock. 900 stock, be ready. Zach Masson, Max McGinnis, and Jordan Stang.
All right, Riley getting it done. 113.57. 113.57 for Riley Kincaid. Now on the hill, number 326, Connor Eliason, Moroni, Utah, on a Polaris, followed by Michael Murphy and Rhett Howard. Looks like Connor's going to have to be faster than a 120.89 to get in this class. A 120.89. He's going to have to be faster than that if he wants to run tomorrow with 5 riders left to go. $119.14. So far, he's going to be in 119.14 with 4 riders left to go. Now we're going to run with number 421, Michael Murphy, Lehigh, Utah, on an Articat, followed by Rhett Howard, Tyler Carroll, and finishing up the class will be Landon Kula.
$154.93 over the Frank May Skidoo finish line. 154.93 for Seth Wilson. Once again, finishing up the class, racer number 98, Smiling Sam Peterson, Wisdom, Montana, riding Polaris.
Looks like Michael's going to have to be faster than a 119.42 to get in this class. A 119.42 is the time to beat to get in this class. $123.03 for Michael. 123.03. Probably not going to be fast enough to get into this class, and we're going to move on to number 263, Rhett Howard, Glenwood, Utah, on a Polaris. Number 263, Rhett Howard, you're wanted on the starting line. Number 263, Rhett Howard, you're wanted on the starting line. All right, sounds like we're going to move past Rhett. We're going to move on to number 932, Tyler Carroll, Paris, Idaho, on a Polaris.
And Smiling Sam coming in with 136.27, 136.27. Didn't even slow down at the finish line to soak it all in. Just went right on by. As we go with racer number 707, Zach is back. Madison, Casper, Wyoming, riding Polaris. Be followed by Max McGinnis and Jordan Stank.
Here we go, number 932, Tyler Carroll, Paris, Idaho, on a Polaris. He'll be followed by number 308, Landon Kula, and he will finish up Semi-Pro stock. And as of right now, it looks like you need to be faster than a 1:19.42 if you want to get in this class. 1:19.42 is the time to beat.
And on your screen right there, you see our qualifiers lining up right there. Big thanks to RMX Sports, because I'm here to tell you what, that thing just keeps looking better and better. Got their manufacturer logos in there. Make sure and hit that subscribe button over on YouTube. Even if you're watching it on Facebook, go hunt them down. And the direct link, I believe, is rmx.tv on the interwebs. So get over there, hit that subscribe button. That is going to be a huge favor to you. And it doesn't cost you anything, and there's a lot of great content on that channel, so get over there and subscribe on YouTube to RMX Sports. Zach Masson with 136.89, 136.89. That's not too bad for first run up the hill. As we go with racer number 336, Mad Max McGinnis, Big Piney, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Jordan Stank and Taylor Seamers.
All right, Tyler Carroll getting up and over, getting it done. 1:17.74. 1:17.74. Looks like it's going to get him in there as of now. All right, last racer in this class, number 308, Landon Kula, Yokalt, Washington, on an Articat. And then we'll move on to women's stock. Taylor Myers, Caitlin Rogers, and Tiffany Wharton.
Oh, Brandon, the sun is starting to come out. It is going to get warm up here today. All right. First time up the hill with Max McGinnis right now. He's been up there checking it out, though.
All right, with the last rider in this class, Landon on the hill. The time to beat's a 1:19.14. 1:19.14 is what Landon has to get on the board to get in this class.
All right, Mad Max popping up right there. Couple more gates to go. He's going to want to get some momentum going here so he doesn't get stuck. That's going to be an issue later on, I guarantee it. Max McGinnis coming through the Frank May Skidoo finish line, 148.63, 148.63, 148.63. Up next, racer number 57 coming out of the Boondocker Hot Pit to the Rocky Mountain Power Sports starting line. Jordan Stank, Muskego, Wisconsin, riding Polaris Flatlander.
All right, Landon getting up there, getting it done, getting in the class, putting on a smoking time, 1:10.89, 1:10.89 for Landon. Good job, Landon, finishing up the class strong. Now we're going to move on to women's stock. Number 27, Taylor Myers, Soda Springs, Idaho on to Polaris, followed by Caitlin Rogers and Tiffany Wharton. All right, your first woman up and over with a 133.31. Taylor Myers, 133.31 for Taylor. Now we're going to run with number 265, Caitlin Rogers, Camas, Utah, on a skidoo, followed by Tiffany Wharton and Deborah Long.
And Jordan Stank with 150.82, 150.82 for Jordan Stank. Up next, race number 106, Taylor Seamers, Evanston, Wyoming, riding Polaris, followed by Cameron Lindsay and Kyle Heap. There it is, crossing the Frank May Skidoo finish line, 142.42. 142.42 for Taylor Seamers. Not too shabby at all. As we go now with race number 185, Cameron Lindsay, Wellsville, Utah, riding Arctic Cat. He's going to be followed by Kyle Heap and Tony Ryan.
All right, Caitlin getting up there, getting into a little bit of trouble. Around 11.5 is the mark. They're going to give her 11.5 for Caitlin. When we get her cleaned up off the hill, we'll run with number 722, Tiffany Wharton, Rigby, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Deborah Long and her daughter, Brooke Long.
$134.94, new fastest qualifier, Cameron Lindsay, 134.94 for Cameron. Going now with racer number 217. Kyle Heap, Evanston, Wyoming, riding Polaris. Going to be followed by Tony Ryan and Luke Rainey. All right, Kyle Heap kind of looking around like, which way do I go? Yeah. Brandon says he's up there looking for sheds now. All right. Little bit of confusion. This is where he got in trouble last time. It looks like he made the loop, and it should be a good time from this angle, but getting up over the Frank Maskadoo finish line with 156.90, 156.90. For Kyle Heap up next, racer number 636, Tony Ryan, Brigham City, Utah, riding Skidoo, followed by Luke Rainey and Brock Sharp.
All right, Tiffany getting up there and getting it done. 206.22 for Tiffany Wharton, 206.22. Now we're going to run with number 49, Deborah Long, Spirit Lake, Idaho, followed by Brooke Long and Sammy McCackney.
Ooh, yeah, 137.60 for Tony Ryan, 137.60 for Tony. Up next, racer number 303, Luke Rainey, Thane, Wyoming, riding Polaris, to be followed by Brock Sharp and Andy Thomas. I think Luke's put the fastest time on this lane, and it was 1:30 and change. Let's see what he can do now.
All right, Deborah Long up and over with a 142.10. 142.10 for Deborah Long. Now we're going to go with her daughter, number 519, Brooke Long, Spirit Lake, Idaho, on a Skidoo, followed by Sammy McCackney and Tiffany McWilliams.
One 121.49, 121.49. Bested it by about 8 seconds right there. 121.49, Luke Rainey. Now we're going to go back to the Rocky Mountain Power Sports starting line with racer number 706, Brock Sharp, first time on the hill this morning. Moxie Washington riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Andy Thomas and Keith Curtis.
Sounds like Brooke got up there, got into a little bit of trouble. They're going to give her gate 11. Gate 11 for Brooke. When we get her cleaned up and get her off the course, we'll run with number 330, Sammy McCackney, Francis, Utah, on a Skidoo, followed by Tiffany McWilliams, and finishing up the class in women's stock will be Taylor Peck.
All right, check it out. Brock Sharp coming up and over with 129.41, 129.41. That'll be your second fastest qualifier in 900 stock right now as we go back to Star Valley racer number 104. Andy Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, riding Polaris, to be followed by Keith Curtis and Josh Tatro. Got it right, Josh, with a little help from my buddy Mad Max. Something, because I can say that. All right, coming up on my favorite camera angle so far, you're going to see a lot of Pop Goes the Weasel. That'll give you a little bit of an idea what is on the track there before they come up. Don't adjust your screen. nobody Ruthied you. It's just a little interference coming down. All right. Watch Andy's helmet. It's gone. It's back. Gone. There. Oh, there it was. Here he comes. Andy Thomas, 132.47, 132.47 for Andy Thomas as we go with racer number 711, world champion in this class, Keith Curtis. Dylan Montana riding Polaris to be followed by Josh Tatro and Keith Jackson.
All right, Sammy getting up there, getting it done. New fastest time. Sammy McCackney, 132.14. 132.14 for Sammy. Now we're going to run with number 902, Tiffany McWilliams, Dylan Montana on an Articat. Followed by Taylor Peck, and she will finish up women's stock, and we will move on to amateur stock.
Keith Curtis coming in with 128.57, 128.57 for Keith Curtis. Off and running, racer number 524. Josh Tatro, Boulder, Wyoming, riding Skidoo, going to be followed by Keith Jackson and Logan Halford. All right, looks like Josh taking the high road there.
All right, Tiffany McWilliams up and over with a 153.26. 153.26 for Tiffany McWilliams. Our last racer in women's stock, number 105, Taylor Peck, Rigby, Idaho, on a Polaris. And then we will move on to amateur stock with Zach Wiley, Raiden Lutz, and Caden Rainey. Looks like Josh is up and over with a 156.79. 156.79 for Josh. Now we're going to run on with number 1, Keith Jackson, Thane, Wyoming, on a Polaris, followed by Logan Halford and Tanner Myers. Logan's back. All right, sounds like Taylor got up there, got into a little trouble. 10.7 for Taylor Peck. 10.7 for Taylor Peck. As soon as we get her clear and get the lanes opened up, we will be running with number 552, Zach Wiley, Jackson, Wyoming, on Polaris, followed by Raiden Lutz and Caden Rainey in the amateur stock class. Looks like 12 will qualify, and there's 19 riders in the class. All right, Keith Jackson up and over with a 146.10. 146.10 for Keith Jackson. Now we're going to run with number 625, Logan Halford, Idaho Falls, Idaho. Glad to see him back. He was hurt in Afton. He's back now. Good for you, Logan. And followed by Tanner Myers and Keith Bailey.
Gotcha. Will you check your FM though? Loud and clear. Alright. Turn the right knob.
Boy, you'll see on the live feed there, Logan got up there. You could see his helmet. He was bobbing up and down, and pretty soon he's out of sight, going backwards. It's not looking good. Sounds like gate 13 for Logan Halford.
All right, everybody down on the patio, I'm going to try to bump me and Brandon up a little bit, but I did figure out what was wrong with the FM, so if you want to try the FM station down there at the lodge again, should have you in pretty good shape.
All right, looks like we got it all clear in the blue lane. Off and running, number 552, Zach Wiley, Jackson, Wyoming, on a Polaris.
Still looking to get Logan Halford gathered up on top, and then we're going to go with racer number 2, Tanner Myers, Keith Bailey, Tim Mackey.
All right, looks like we got the all clear in the red lane. Be off and running with my little buddy, number 2, Tanner Myers, Soda Springs, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Keith Bailey and Tim Mackey.
Soda Springs racer Tanner Myers going up. Getting a little slickery up there. Not sure what the strategy was for Tanner right there. Time's still going. I think it's going to be good. Threw it on its side. And I think he's still going. Just a lot of blind spots up here. All right. Here comes Tanner. Tanner's still coming, kind of shaking his head a little bit, though.
All right, Zach Wiley up and over with a 151.14. 151.14 for Zach Wiley. Now on the mountain, number 125, Raiden Frenchie Lutz, Garden City, Utah, on a Polaris, followed by Caden Rainey and Mason Irwin.
Well, the bad news is, just heard Tanner Myers, after that adjustment and everything else, going to get a high mark of 12.9. Must be something developing there. It's just out of the camera shot. Something developing up there around gate number 13 that is going to start tripping up our racers. Hopefully not, but usually that's what they call a clue. So we're going to get Tanner gathered up. We'll go with racer number 517, Keith Bailey, Moroni, Utah, riding Polaris, to be followed by Tim Mackey and Cody Jennings. Kind of a cool shot of the Boondocker pit up there. You can see just how high we are up on Pebble Creek. All right, off and running, race number 517, Keith Bailey, Moroni, Utah. Going to be followed by Tim Mackey, Cody Jennings, Wes Selby, Spanky, and Dylan Boyce. That'll wrap up 9 stock qualifying.
All right, Raiden getting up there, getting into a little bit of trouble around 11.1. 11.1 for Raiden Lutz. Get him cleaned up, get him off the course, and we'll run with number 203, Caden Rainey, Thane, Wyoming, on a Polaris, followed by Mason Irwin and Harper Handsaker.
Keith Bailey's still going. Must be a pretty steep little climb there between 12 and 13, I think is what it is. Traction might be starting to go way up there. It looks like it's still in the shadows, though, but temperature's definitely rising. All right. Keith laying her on the side there. Come on, Keith Bailey. 2:24.22. 2:24.22 for Keith Bailey. Up next, racer number 132, Tim Mackey, Hermantown, Minnesota. Riding Arctic Cat, going to be followed by Cody Jennings and Wes Selby.
You see Papa Luke down there teaching Caden, say, hey, you got to go fast. You're on this 600. Give it all she's got. Choke the life out of that little thing. All right, Caden getting up there, getting it done. New leader in this class, 1:16.18. 1:16.18 for Caden Rainey. Now we'll run with number 712, Mason Irwin, Rock Springs, Wyoming, on a Skidoo, followed by Harper Handsaker and Lucas Conger.
All right. Looks like Tim Mackey is turning out. $13.1. I don't know what it is up there. We'll have to have corner one of these racers and find out what's tripping them up there at that 13 mark. As we go with racer number 454, Cody Jennings, Victor, Idaho, riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Wes Selby, Blaine Matthews, Dylan Boyce. Wrapping up the class, 1,000 stock. Be ready. Seth Wilson, Jordan Stank, Tony Ryan.
All right, sounds like Mason got up there, got into a little bit of trouble. 10.5 is going to be the mark for him. 10.5 for Mason Irwin. Heel is clear. We're going to run now with number 435, Harper Handsaker, Camas, Utah, on a skidoo, followed by Lucas Conger and Cash Payne.
All right, Cody Jennings looks like he is turning out at 13. Oh, that was blue. That was your lane.
All right, looks like Harper got up there, got into a little bit of trouble. 14.5. 14.5 for Harper. Once we get him off and clear, we'll run with number 456, Lucas Conger, Grand Lake, Colorado, on a skidoo.
All right, Cody Jennings still with us. All right, well, got the power to the ground, up and over the Frank May skidoo finish line with 2:40.47. 2:40.47 for Cody Jennings. 3 to go in Pro Stock, 1,000 stock. Be ready. We are going to go with racer number 15X, Wesley Selby. Granby, Colorado, riding Articat, to be followed by Blaine Matthews and Dylan Boyce. One 143.03, 143.03 for Wes Selby. Up next, racer number 230, Blaine Matthews, Pinedale, Wyoming, riding skidoo. He'll be followed by Dylan Boyce. Dylan Boyce will wrap up the class, and we will go right into 1,000 stock qualifying. Ooh, here we go. Spanky gonna get to it right here on Skidoo.
All right, Lucas Conger up and over with a 117.79. 117.79 for Lucas. Now we're going to run with a new racer, number 943, Cash Payne. That's a cool name. American Falls, Idaho, on an Articat. Followed by Garrett Tom and Jaden Marshall.
122.41 for Blaine Matthews. 122.41, second fastest qualifier now. 122.41 for Blaine Matthews. Go now with race number 729. Dylan Boyce, Rigby, Idaho, riding Skidoo. Then we go into 1,000 stock qualifying. Seth Wilson, Jordan Stank, Tony Ryan.
$10.9 for Cash Payne. 10.9 is going to be the mark for him. Got up there, got into a little bit of trouble, and we got the hill clear already. We're going to run with number 24, Garrett Tom, Victor, Idaho, on a Skidoo, followed by Jaden Marshall, the third generation Marshall, and Chance Jones.
$148.49 for Dylan Boyce. 148.49. That wraps up your 900 stock qualifying, going into 1,000 stock now. Going to start things off with racer number 89. Seth Wilson pacing Utah, riding Polaris. Will be followed by Jordan Stank and Tony Ryan.
All right, Garrett Tom getting up and over with a 12860. 12860 for Garrett Tom. Now we're going to run with number 407, Jaden Marshall, Bloomington, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Chance Jones and Dylan Pugmire.
Yeah, there's no such thing right now. Gotcha. All right, Seth Wilson coming in with 140.52, 140.52 for Seth Wilson as we go with racer number 57, Jordan Stank, Muskego, Wisconsin. Riding Polaris, he'll be followed by Tony Ryan and Wesley Selby. There are your qualifiers right there. Luke Rainey, Blaine Matthews, Keith Curtis, Brock Sharp, Andy Thomas, Cameron Lindsay, Zach Matson, Tony Ryan, Taylor Seamers, Wes Selby, Keith Jackson, and Dylan Boyce all qualifying for 900 stock. 1,000 stock now. Already got one up there on the board, and that is Seth Wilson. Jordan Stank, the Flatlander, going now. And there's a little bit of wobble going up there. I think that the conditions are beginning to change. And I know when we get on that finish line camera, it gets a little glitchy up there. We're shooting that signal through a lot of trees and other obstacles. We'll get that dialed in, don't you worry.
All right, Jaden Marshall up and over with a 128.90. 128.90 for Jaden Marshall. Now on the hill, number 347, Chance Jones, Smoot, Wyoming, on a Skidoo, followed by Dylan Pugmire and Jason Tisdall.
Where did what go? Oh, it's RMX TV now, same password.
That's really caused an issue.
Why?
That's why I couldn't print anything yesterday.
Oh, really?
I know.
Yeah, he just changed it from
This
Woodpecker
one I
to.
don't know where it went. The rest of them, there was like 7 of them that were popped off.
All right, looks like Chance Jones got up there, got into a little bit of trouble. Gate 10 for Chance Jones. Gate 10. Now we're going to run with number 590, Dylan Pugmire, Montpelier, Idaho, on a Skidoo, followed by Jason Tisdall and Braden Holden Dickey.
And Jordan Stank comes up and over with 146.70, leaving the Rocky Mountain Power Sports starting line right now. Racer number 636, Tony Ryan, Brigham City, Utah, riding Skidoo. Wes Selby after that, then Kyle Heap. We'll add Gorge and tie us to the ski lift just on the off chance, but
Seriously.
there are too many
I was
people.
telling Ben about that on our way up, and he's like, "Are you sure that's what happened?" I'm like, "Yes, I'm sure. You can see the truck is completely disconnected from the wall of the trailer. It takes 1 minute
Tony Ryan getting her done with 140.12, 140.12. Pretty darn consistent right now as we go to racer number 15X, West Selby, Granby, Colorado, riding Articat. He'll be followed by Kyle Heap and Brock Sharp.
All right, Dylan Pugmire up and over with a 131.60. 131.60 for Dylan Pugmire. Now we're running with number 271, Jason Tisdall, Aurora, Colorado, on a skidoo, followed by Braden Dickey and Evan Dagno.
$134.46 for West. 134.46 for West Selby as we go with race number 217, Kyle Heap, Evanston, Wyoming, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Brock Sharp and Jay Menaberry.
All right, Jason Tisdall getting up there, getting into a little bit of trouble around 11.4. 11.4 for Jason. Now on the mountain, numbers 752, Braden Holden Dickey, Thane, Wyoming, on a skidoo, followed by Evan Dagnall and Michael Hosler.
That's a new one, too.
Yeah, he's new. And then Holder Webby.
Is he here with Tetro? Well, here's the bad news. Kyle Heap going to wind up with a high mark of 11.2, 11.2 for Kyle Heap. As we get ready to go now with racer number 706, Brock Sharp, Moxie Washington. Let me try that one more time. Moxie Washington riding skidoo. He'll be followed by Jay Manaberry and Mad Max.
All right, Braden Dickey up and over with a 122.65. 122.65 for Braden Dickey. Now we're going to run with number 613, Evan Dagnall, Portland, Oregon, on an Articat, followed by Michael Hosler and Colby Engove.
Little glitchy up there trying to shoot that signal all the way down to the bottom of the hill here. Well, mid-hill, I guess we are. Brock Sharp getting her done with 129.81, new fastest qualifier in 1,000 stock, 129.81.
There was like 5 of you that didn't end up in there that I had to.
For Brock going to the starting line now, the train robber racer number 411, Jay Menneberry, Alpine, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. Max McGinnis after that, then Tyler Coles stepping up to the plate in the big leagues for Tyler.
All right, Evans up and over with a 141.21. 141.21 for Evan. Now on the hills, number 559, Michael Hosler, Boulder, Wyoming, on a Skidoo, followed by Colby Engove and Jarek Harris.
Woo! Jay Menneberry with 124.88. He is now your new fastest qualifier. 124.88 for Mental Berry. As we go with racer number 336, Mad Max McGinnis, Big Piney, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. Going to be followed by Tyler Coles and Cody Jennings.
All right, Michael got up there, got into a little trouble. 10.6. 10.6 for Michael. Now we're going to be off and running when we get him cleaned off the hill with number 280, Colby Angove, Butte, Montana, on a Skidoo, followed by Jarek Harris and Jet Johnson.
to 1494 for Mad Max to 1494 for Mad Max as we go with racer number 818, stepping up to the big leagues. Tyler Coles, Blackfoot, Idaho, riding Polaris. Going to be followed by Cody Jennings and Garrett Easton. $135.05. He just smacked his sled. I don't know if that was a good boy or bad boy. $135.05 for Tyler Coles. 135.05 off and running. Racer number 454. Cody Jennings, Victor Idaho riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Garrett Easton and Matt Ryan.
All right, Colby getting up there, getting into a little bit of trouble at 11.1. 11.1 for Colby, and next on the hill is going to be number 584, Jarek Harris, Roberts, Idaho, on an Articat, followed by Jet Johnson and Colton Knox, and that will finish up amateur stock. All right, Jarek Harris up and over with a 13. Oh, sorry, not up and over. He got a high mark of 13.8. 13.8 for Jarek Harris with 2 left in the class, Jet Johnson and Colton Knox.
Cody Jennings digging in up there. Looks like he's going to wind up with a high mark. 13.2 will be said high mark. 13.2 as we go with racer number 91, Garrett Easton, Rock Springs, Wyoming. Riding Skidoo going to be followed by Matt Ryan and Toby Shepard. We're getting ready to go with racer number 91, Garrett Easton, Rock Springs, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. Matt Ryan after that, then Toby Shepard. Matt Ryan to the starting line. Oh, that's right. Matt Ryan, if you're here, you need to get to the starting line. Matt Ryan, if you're here, you need to get to the starting line. All right, looks like Garrett Easton ran into a little trouble there, got turned around, but here's the question. There it is. Nope. Yep. There we go. Oh, boy. Boy, when they zoomed in on that, now I get a little better feel for what's going on up there. That is wicked. Ten 0.7 going to be the high mark for Garrett Easton. 0.7 for Garrett Easton. And I think we're going to roll past Matt Ryan and go with racer number 22, Toby Shepard, Jackson, Montana, riding Polaris, followed by Smiling Sam Peterson and Cameron Lindsay.
All right, looks like Jet Johnson got her done, got it over the top. 118.73, 118.73 for Jet Johnson. That will get him in there. Looks like as of now with Colton Knox, number 117 being our last rider on the hill, he needs to be higher than like 11.4 to get in this class.
All right, this is pretty good watching here, no matter what. He wound up with a high mark, but he had some cool strategy going on there. Going to try to get up and over so we can bring him down the return lane and not send him down in the race lane. So that's what it's supposed to look like right there, but unfortunately Garrett Easton going to take a high mark. And we go once again. Racer number 22, Toby Shepard, Jackson, Montana, leaving the Boondocker Hot Pit and getting to the Rocky Mountain Power Sports starting line.
All right, Colton Knox getting up there, getting it done. Good job getting in the class. 116.97. 116.97 for Colton Knox. You take 12 out of 19 out of that class, and unofficially, it looks like your last high mark they're going to take in that class would be 13.8. Now we're going to run with women's stock. Caitlin Rogers, number 265, Camas, Utah, on a Skidoo, followed by Taylor Myers and Tiffany McWilliams, 600 stock. Keith, you're wanted.
Well, he knows that, but by Alexi this time. 138-12, 138-12 for Toby Shepard. Up next, racer number 98, Smiling Sam Peterson, Wisdom, Montana, riding Polaris, be followed by Cameron Lindsay and Taylor Seamers.
All right, Caitlin Rogers up and over with a 153.17. 153.17 for Caitlin Rogers. Now on the mount, number 27, Taylor Myers, Solar Springs, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Tiffany McWilliams and then Tiffany Wharton.
Woo, Sam, 129.78, 129.78 for Sam Peterson. That's in your top three. Anyways, we go with racer number 185, Cameron Lindsay, Wellsville, Utah, riding Arctic Cat, followed by Taylor Seamers and Luke Rainey.
All right, Taylor Myers getting it done, 132.92. 132.92 for Taylor Myers. Now we'll run with number 902, Tiffany McWilliams, Dillon, Montana, on an Articat, followed by Tiffany Wharton and then Sammy McCackney.
But right now, when they're little, it's great.
134.75 for Cameron Lindsay, 134.75 for Cameron. Up next, racer number 106, Taylor Seamers, Evanston, Wyoming, riding Polaris, followed by Luke Rainey and Ben Marquis.
All right, looks like Tiffany got up there, got into a little bit of trouble around 10.5. 10.5 is the mark they're giving for Tiffany. Once we get her off the hill, we'll run with another Tiffany, number 722, Tiffany Wharton, Rigby, Idaho, on a Polaris.
One 142.98, 142.98 for Taylor Seamers as we go with racer number 303, current world champion in this class. Luke Rainey, Thane, Wyoming, riding Polaris, going to be followed by Ben Marquis and Josh Tatro. Heads up, I don't know where it's at. I can't see it, but there may be a sled coming down to land in your lap. If you could catch it when you see it, that'd be great. I'm talking to you down there on the patio. Wow, there we go. 120.14, 120.14. I think that is the new fastest time of the day right there. 120.14. Luke Rainey up next. Racer number 6, Ben Marquis, Etna, Wyoming, riding Polaris. Be followed by Josh Tatro. Sorry, Josh. And Blaine Matthews.
All right, Ben Marquis getting it up there, getting it over the top. 144.77. 144.77 for Ben. Now we're going with number 524, Josh Tatro, Boulder, Wyoming, on a Skidoo, followed by Blaine Spanky Matthews and Andy Thomas. All right, Tiffany getting up and over with a 157.09. 157.09 for Tiffany Wharton. Now on the hill, we got number 330, Sammy McCackney, Francis, Utah, on a Skidoo. We had to move Taylor Peck back to the bottom, so Sammy will run now, then Brooke Long, then Taylor Peck. All right. Josh getting up there, getting into a little bit of trouble right there. 14.8 for Josh. 14.8.
All right, here we go, off and running with racer number 230, Blaine Spanky Matthews, riding Skidoo, Pinedale, Wyoming.
All right, Sammy getting up there. You don't see this very often, getting a little bit of trouble. 10.8 for Sammy. Now we'll run when we get her cleaned off the hill. We'll run with number 519, Brooke Long, Spirit Lake, Idaho, on a Skidoo. Followed by Taylor Peck, and she will finish up women's 600 stock.
Oh, check it out. Blaine Matthews, new fastest time of the day, 1:18.92, 1:18.92. Got a little excited there. Don't know if you could tell. Getting ready to go now with racer number 104, Andy Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Keith Curtis and Luke Bledsoe.
All right, Brooke getting up there, getting into a little trouble around 10.6 for Brooke Long. Now our last racer in the 600 stock women's class is going to be number 105, Taylor Peck, Rigby, Idaho, on a Polaris.
One 23-28 for Andy Thomas. 1-2-3-2-8 up next. May have heard of this guy. His name is Keith Curtis. He's racer number 711 out of Dillon, Montana, riding Polaris, be followed by Luke Bledsoe and Mason Rutledge. Dylan Boyce can wrap up 1,000 stock qualifying. Luke Bledsoe to the starting line. If your boots are on the property, you better get over to the Rocky Mountain Power Sports starting line right now. We haven't seen them, so we don't know if they're here, but if you are, we want to make sure we give you a fighting chance. One 21:43 for Keith Curtis. 1-2-1-4-3. Up next, I'm one off. All right, I think we are gonna roll past Luke Bledsoe. We can't find him, so we're gonna go with racer number 522, Mason Rutledge. Then we're gonna go with Dylan Boyce. And 600 improved after that. Seth Wilson, man, he's been gunner in almost everything today. We'll go with Seth Wilson, Sam Peterson, Les Keller. First three up in 600 improved. Be ready. 143.06 for Mason Rutledge. 143.06. One more to go in 1,000 stock. Race number 729. Dylan Boyce, Rigby, Idaho, riding Skidoo. $141.49 for Dylan Boyce. $141.49 for Dylan. Gonna go now to 600 improved stock. Starting things off with racer number 89, Seth Wilson pacing Utah, riding Polaris, be followed by Smiling Sam and Les Keller.
All right, Taylor Peck was up and over with a 136.53. 136.53 for Taylor Peck as she finished up the women's stock class. Now we're going to move on to juniors, ages 14 to 18. First on the hill is Jaden Marshall, Bloomington, Idaho, on a Polaris, number 407. He'll be followed by Garrett Tom and Raiden Lutz.
There is your 1,000 stock qualifiers. We got Spanky, Luke Rainey, Keith Curtis, Andy Thomas, Jay Menneberry, Sam Peterson, Brock Sharp, Wes Selby, Cameron Lindsay, Tyler Coles, Toby Shepard, and Tony Ryan, all going to be making a run for the gold tomorrow.
All right, Jaden Marshall getting up there, getting it done. 126.38. 126.38 for Jaden Marshall. Now on the hill, number 24, Garrett Tom, Victor, Idaho, on a Skidoo, followed by Raiden Lutz and Mason Irwin.
Seth Wilson going to do it with 149.74, 149.74 for Seth Wilson as we go with racer number 98, Smiling Sam Peterson, Wisdom, Montana, riding Polaris.
All right, Garrett Tom getting it done fast. 117.89. 117.89 for Garrett Tom. Now going to run with number 125, Raiden Frenchie Lutz, Garden City, Utah, on a Polaris, followed by Mason Irwin and Jet Johnson.
One 27, 129.27. For Sam Peterson going now with racer number 147, Les Keller, Kalispell, Montana, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Wesley Selby and Calvin Ehrman.
All right, Raiden getting up there, getting it done. 126.05. 126.05 for Raiden. Now we're going to go with number 712, Mason Irwin, Rock Springs, Wyoming, on a Skidoo, followed by Jet Johnson and Lucas Conger.
One 130.14 for Les Keller. 130.14. Good enough for second fastest in qualifying right now. Racer number 15X, Wesley Selby, Granby, Colorado, riding Arctic Cat, followed by Calvin Ehrman and Riley Sprunger.
Looks like Mason got up there, got into a little bit of trouble around 10.6. 10.6 for Mason Irwin. Now we're on the hill. It's number 701, Jet Johnson, Camas, Utah, on a Skidoo, followed by Lucas Conger and Colton Knox.
Not at all shabby there with Wes. 132.30, 132.30 for Wesley Selby. Racer number 524C, Calvin Ehrman, Salmon Arm, British Columbia, riding Arctic Cat, followed by Riley Sprunger and Russ Tapio.
All right, Jet up there getting it done, getting the time on the board. New fast time, 1:13.22, 1:13.22 for Jet Johnson. Now we're going to run with number 456, Lucas Conger, Grand Lake, Colorado on a skidoo, followed by Colton Knox and Braden Holden Dickey. That much time on the hill, my God. Yeah, I know it.
Oh, okay.
Him. So, no.
133.89, 133.89 for Calvin Ehrman. Up next, racer number 515, Riley Sprunger, Butte, Montana. Riding Polaris, he'll be followed by Russ Tapio and Tanner Myers.
All right, Lucas Conger up and over with a 1:14.80. 1:14.80 for Lucas Conger. Next, we're going to run with a 1:17. Colton Knox, Grand Lake, Colorado on a skidoo, followed by Braden Holden Dickey and Caden Rainey.
Riley Sprunger, 134.74, 134.74 for Riley Sprunger. Up next, racer number 322, Russ Tapio, Battleground, Washington, riding Arctic Cat, followed by Tanner Myers and Cole Thomas.
All right, Colton Knox up and over with a 1:13.67, puts him in the second spot right now. Now we're going to run with 7:52, Braden Holden Dickey, Thane, Wyoming on a skidoo, followed by Caden Rainey and Cash Payne.
Russ Tapio with 134.35, 134.35. Man, they are getting in there. Those 30s, like we got one for every second there. As we go with racer number 2, Tanner Myers, Soda Springs, Idaho, riding Polaris, will be followed by Cole Thomas and Garth Kaufman.
All right, looks like Braden Dickey up and over the 114.52. 114.52 for Braden Dickey. Now we're going to run with number 203, my little buddy, Caden Rainey, Thane, Wyoming, on a Polaris, followed by, this guy's got a cool name, Cash Payne and Dylan Pugmire.
Off and running, Soda Springs' favorite son right here, Tanner Myers. Woo! Yeah, beautiful. These guys are getting their Sky Miles in now. They figured out how to get through that triple and not lose a moment. Looking for big things right here for Tanner Myers. $128.45, new fastest qualifier, Tanner Myers. 128.45, off and running with racer number 401, world champion in this class, Cole Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, riding Polaris. Be followed by Garth Kaufman and Keith Jackson.
All right, Caden Rainey up and over the 115.19, 115.19 for Caden Rainey. Now on the hills, number 943, Cash Payne, American Falls, Idaho, on an M Series Articat. Followed by Dylan Pugmire and Jarek Harris.
$133.08 for Cole Thomas. 133.08 for Cole. Up next, racer number 48, Garth Kaufman. Alta, Wyoming, riding Articat. He's going to be followed by Keith Jackson and Danny Johnson.
All right, Cash getting up there, getting into a little trouble. 10.8 for Cash. As soon as we get him cleaned up and get him off the hill, we'll run with number 590, Dylan Pugmire, Montpelier, Idaho, on a skidoo, followed by Jarek Harris and Harper Handsaker.
Another new fastest qualifier right there. Garth Kaufman, 126.73, 126.73 for Garth Kaufman, going with racer number 1. Keith Jackson, Thane, Wyoming. Riding Polaris, he'll be followed by Danny Johnson and Trayson Lutz.
All right, Dylan Pugmire up and over with a 125.95. 125.95 for Dylan. Now we'll be running with number 584, Jarek Harris, Roberts, Idaho, on an Articat, followed by Harper Handsaker, and Chance Jones will finish up juniors 14 to 18, and we'll move on to juniors 12 to 13.
You're looking at Team Skidoo right there. You got the train robber, Spanky, and the bounty hunter, all in one spot. Don't hope nobody throws a grenade. $148.84, 148.84 for Keith Jackson. Up next, racer number 107, Danny Johnson, Camas, Utah, riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Trayson Lutz and Brock Sharp.
All right, sounds like Jarek got up there, got past gate 15, but missed the timing lights. Gate 15 will be Jarek's mark. Once we get him clear, we'll run with number 435, Harper Handsaker, Camas, Utah, on a Skidoo. Followed by Chance Jones. He will finish up juniors ages of 14. They'll move on to Jarrett Johnson, Tragan Phelps, Brody Zollinger, juniors 12 to 13.
137.66. 137.66 for Danny Johnson. Oh, that's not shabby at all. Up next, racer number 126. Trace and Lutz, Garden City, Utah, riding Polaris. Will be followed by Brock Sharp and Tyler Coles. $135.88 for Trace and Lutz. 135.88 for Trace. And up next, racer number 706. Brock Sharp, Moxie Washington, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Tyler Coles and Cody Bonney. $128.51. 128.51. Is it second fastest? Third, actually. There's a 128.45 in there. Woo! Here we go. Race number 818. Tyler Coles, Blackfoot, Idaho, riding Polaris. He's going to be followed by Cody Bonney and Keith Bailey.
All right, check it out. Look at this sled right here. Captain America, Tyler Coles. Yee! I know who built that sled. Let's see if Tyler can hang on. All right, Harper Hensaker up and over with a 121.79. 121.79 for Harper Hensaker. Last one in this class, number 347, Chance Jones, Smoot, Wyoming, on a Skidoo. I told you that sled's got some power. It'll buck you off once in a while.
You know, Brandon's kind of acting like a little kid when he has to share his toys. He wants on.
All right, looks like Chance Jones got up there, got in a little trouble at 13.5. 13.5 for Chance Jones. That will finish up our juniors class, and we will move on to juniors 12 to 13. Jarrett Johnson, Tragan Phelps, Brody Zollinger.
Tyler Coles comes in with 2:20.12, 2:20.12. As we go with race number 517, Keith Bailey, Moroni, Utah, riding Polaris, followed by Zach Wormers. Zach Wormers is going to wrap up the class, and we'll go to 700 improved. It might be safe to say that we will move Keith Bailey down, but I will not make any assumptions until I'm notified otherwise. So I would be ready. Trayson Lutz, Garth Kaufman, and Cole Thomas. You three, I'd be ready. I'm just guessing we'll roll Keith Bailey down a couple. Uh-oh. High mark coming down for Cody Bonney of 10.8, I believe. 10.8 high mark for Cody Bonney. Oh. Still going. I take it back. All right, going into juniors, 12 to 13 right now in the blue lane. We're going to go with racer number 71, Jarrett Johnson. Camas, Utah, riding Skidoo, going to be followed by Tragan Phelps and Brody Zollinger. All right, Cody Bonney still alive up there. 2:25.05, 2:25.05 for Cody Bonney. Up next, we have got racer number 517, Keith Bailey, Moroni, Utah, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Zach Wormers, and then 700 improved. All right. Sounds like Jarrett got a high mark of 11.2, 11.2. As soon as we get him gathered up, we'll go with racer number 168. Tragan Phelps, Fish Haven, Idaho, riding Polaris, followed by Brody Zollinger and Bo Sanford. And then Caden Morrisrow will wrap up our juniors 12 to 13. Keith Bailey still running the hill in the red lane. And once again, those of you watching this at the Klondike there in Dillon, make sure and get on RMX Sports. It's a Montana-based company bringing you this live coverage, so make sure and go hit the subscribe button and ring the bell, and you'll get notified when we're racing or rodeoing or whatever we're doing on RMX Sports. Need those subs. Let's get it done. 156.40 for Keith Bailey, 156.40. And we're going to be off and running with racer number 134, Zach Wormers, Bozeman, Montana, riding Polaris. Then we're going to go into 700 improved, and we'll see if Keith gets down here. I'll report it to you, but I think it'll be Trayson Lutz, Garth Kaufman, Cole Thomas. All right, we are going to run Trayson Lutz. Trayson Lutz, you'll be first. Garth Kaufman, Cole Thomas. We'll plug Keith Bailey in when we get him back down. $140.61 as he crosses the Frank May Skidoo finish line. $140.61. Moving on now to 700 improved stock. We're going to start things off with Trayson Lutz. Racer number 126 out of Garden City, Utah, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Garth Kaufman and Cole Thomas.
All right, Tragan Phelps up and over with a 131.19. 131.19 for Tragan Phelps. Now we're off and running with number 66, Brody Zollinger. And he will be followed by Caden
All right, we got the leaderboard up here. Here's your 600 improved qualifiers. Garth Kaufman, Tanner Myers, Brock Sharp, Sam Peterson, Les Keller, Wes Selby, Cole Thomas, Calvin Ehrman, Russ Tapio, Riley Sprunger, Trayson Lutz, and Danny Johnson all going to be running in the final tomorrow as Trayson Lutz runs into a little trouble up there. And in the words of Brandon Tittenser, sunburning his track a little bit. 13.4 going to be that high mark for Trayson Lutz. 13.4 and like the battle continues. Holy cow, somebody give him some field sobriety tests. Just kidding, I know he'd never, but still. As we go to racer number 48, current world champion in this class. Nope, I got a little ahead of myself there. Okay. All right, well, world championship, but we'll talk about that more when we move into the mods. But Garth Kaufman getting ready to go. Blazing fast today, looking good. Garth Kaufman on Arctic Cat, followed by Cole Thomas and Kobe Crapo. Wow, 124.46 for Garth Kaufman, 124.46. He is digging Pebble Creek. Mogul madness here. 124.46. Up next, racer number 401, Cole Thomas, Athens, Wyoming, riding Polaris. Be followed by Kobe Crapo and Zach Wormers.
All right, Brody Zollinger got up there, got in a little trouble. 11.3 for Brody Zollinger. Now we're going to go with number 445, Bo Sanford, Ashton, Idaho on a Skidoo. And finishing up the 12 to 13 juniors class will be Caden Morris Rowe.
Son or gun. Oh, boy. Belt no longer connected there. Thought he was going to. Oh, dear.
Help him grab
Heads
that
up.
sled.
Somebody
Heads
help him.
up.
Oh, boy. Going for some style points there, too. It looked like he's about to throw a little bit of a trick on that jump. All right, it's Cole Thomas.
8:02, Caden, get to the line. Caden Morrison Rowe, get to the line.
Boy, if he's not here after you've been working that hard on his name, that's going to be a little disappointing.
11.9 for Bo. 11 9 for Bo Sanford, getting in some trouble up there. Still putting him in the 2 spot right now with 1 left to go if he makes it to the line.
As soon as we get the track cleared, I think we are going to go with. I'm not sure if we've got Keith back down or if we dropped him down 5 like normal. We'll get it figured out. It'll either be Keith Bailey or Kobe Crapo. Oh, it is Crapo. There he is, Kobe Crapo on the Rocky Mountain Power Sports starting line as we go back up the hill. He'll be followed by Zach Wormers and Riley Sprunger.
All right, sounds like that's it for the junior class. 802 Caden is a scratch. Now we will move on to women's improved stock. Tiffany Wharton, Brooke Long, Deborah Long. We got Cole out of the way. Looked like he had some mechanical troubles there, and we're off and running with number 99, Colby Crapo, St. Anthony, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Zach Wormers and Riley Sprunger. All right, Colby Crapo getting it done, 139.66. 139.66 for Colby Crapo. Now we're going to run with number 134, Zach Wormers, Bozeman, Montana, on a Polaris. He will be followed by Keith Bailey. We're going to move Keith Bailey in between Zach and Riley. All right, Zach Wormers up and over with a 139.90. 139.90 for Zach Wormers. Now we're going to move back up to the top of the list. Keith Bailey, Moroni, Utah on a Polaris, and he will be followed by Riley Sprunger. It sounds like Tiffany Wharton had a little bit of trouble up there at 10.4. 10.4 for Tiffany Wharton. Get her off the hill and get her moved out of the way. We'll run with number 519, Brooke Long, Spirit Lake, Idaho, on Skidoo, followed by her mama, Deborah Long, and Taylor Peck.
$149.10 for Keith Bailey. 149.10 for Keith. Off and running now with racer number 515, Riley Sprunger, Butte, Montana, riding Polaris, followed by Russ Tapio and Seth Wilson.
All right, Brooke got up there, got into a little bit of trouble at 10.3. 10.3 for Brooke Long. We'll get her off there and get her out of the way, and then she can let her mom have a try. Number 49, Deborah Long, Spirit Lake, Idaho, on a Skidoo, followed by Taylor Peck and Taylor Myers.
Riley Sprunger got a heck of a run going here. Here he comes. $134.12. Good enough for the number 2 spot for Riley Sprunger. 134.12 for Riley. Up next, race number 322, Russ Tapio, Battleground, Washington, riding Articat, followed by Seth Wilson and Tyler Coles. smokes. Wow. 126.49, 126.49 for Russ Tapio. Real good. Here we go. Racer number 89, Seth Wilson, pacing Utah riding players. Going to be followed by Tyler Coles and Sam Peterson. Somebody dive out there and grab that side panel. Don't mess up your knee, Brandon, for crying out loud. It's just a part. Much less expensive than a knee. Good save. See if you can find my buddy Uber Dan in the 139.62. 139.62. Yeah, buddy. Seth Wilson killing it up there with 139.62 as we go with racer number 818, Tyler Coles. Blackfoot, Idaho. Let's give that Captain America sled another try.
God, just look at it. Would you just look at it?
It is without a doubt a thing of beauty.
All right, Deborah Long up and over with a 132.96. 132.96 for Deborah Long. First time on the board. Now we're going to run with number 105, Taylor Peck, Rigby, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Taylor Myers and Caitlin Rogers. The Captain America bringing her for the finish line. Tyler Coles, 141.53. Good job, Tyler.
That sled got the job done, and Tyler helped. Here we go, racer number 98, Smiling Sam Peterson, Wisdom, Montana, riding Polaris. Going to be followed by Josh Tatro and Tanner Myers.
All right, Taylor Peck getting it up and getting it done. 144.37. 144.37 for Taylor Peck. Now we're moving on to number 27, Taylor Myers, Soda Springs, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Caitlin Rogers and Sammy McCackney.
Smiling Sam with a fast time of 129.97. 129.97 for Sam Peterson. Up next, race number 524, Josh Tatro, Boulder, Wyoming, riding Skidoo, followed by Tatro. Goodness. Sorry, Josh. Tatro, Boulder, Wyoming, riding Skidoo, will be followed by Tanner Myers and Cody Bonney.
Taylor Myers getting up there, getting into a little bit of trouble right at 10.6. 10.6 for Taylor Myers. We'll get her off the hill, get her out of the way. We'll run with number 265, Caitlin Rogers, Camas, Utah, on a Skidoo, followed by Sammy McCackney, and finishing up the women's improved stock will be Tiffany McWilliams.
One 57.83. 157.83 for Josh Tatro. Up next, racer number 2, Tanner Myers, Soda Springs, Idaho, riding Polaris, followed by Cody Bonney, Tavern Rupp, Sherman Nilsson, and Les Keller. boy. Well, 10.9 going to be the high mark for Tanner Myers. Was going for broke and, well, got it.
All right, Caitlin Rogers up and over with a 137.83. 137.83 for Caitlin Rogers. Next on the hill is going to be number 330, Sammy McCackney, Francis, Utah, on a skidoo, followed by Tiffany McWilliams, and she will finish up women's improved, and we will move on to semi-pro improved stock. Landon Kula, Austin Rogers, Connor Eliason. Get them in there, get them fired up. Let's go.
All right, off and running now with Cody Bonney. Helena, Montana, riding Polaris.
All right, Sammy up and over with a 134.05. 134.05 for Sammy McCackney. And the last one finishing up the class, Tiffany McWilliams, Dillon, Montana, number 902.
140.06, 140.06 for Cody Bonney. And we're offering, well, nope, probably not. Tavern's Snapchatting us from the emergency room, so we're going to go with the racer number 40, the Shermanator, Sherm Nelson out of Rock Springs, Wyoming. Riding Skidoo, Les Keller will wrap up. Your 700 improved class, 900 improved Be Ready. Max McGinnis, Tyler Coles, Kyle Heap, Ben Marquis, Taylor Seamers, Greg Dana. All right, looks like Sherm kind of dug in there, up there just past gate number 7 from this angle. Yeah, he's trying to shake her loose, and I don't know how close the nearest help is, but oh dear. All right, so we're working on All right, we're going to call it 7.5. 7.5 will be the high mark for Sherman Nelson. Going to put his ski brakes on and bring him back down. We're going to go with racer number 147, Les Keller, last racer in 700 improved. Going to 900 improved racer number 336, Max McGinnis, Tyler Coles, Kyle Heap, first 3 out.
All right, let's try to catch you back up here. Tiffany McWilliams is up and over the 146.88. 146.88 for Tiffany McWilliams. Now we've went with Landon Kula, number 308, Yokalt, Washington, on an Articat. It was 107.04. 107.04. Then we went with number 509, Austin Rogers, Francis, Utah, on a Skidoo. 106.03. 106.03. And on the hill right now, we have Connor Eliason, number 326, Moroni, Utah, on a Polaris.
Dax and Zollinger get to the starting line. Dax and Zollinger, 917 to the starting line. Daxon? No. All right. Daxon, if you're here, which we don't think you are, we're having a discussion. You might be in another country. Probably not allowed to watch the live feed. But if not, we'll roll on to the next Dylan Hart Star Valley version.
Yeah. God. All right, Connor Eliason up and over with a 109.72. 109.72. And I believe Dax and Zollinger's on a mission. And we'll run with number 346, Dylan Hart of Star Valley, on a Polaris, followed by Riley Kincaid and Brody Sermon.
waiting on the all clear. Make sure we don't have a pile up. Cool shot for those of you watching at home. Just how many sleds make up a RMSHA race. Pretty awesome here at Mogul Madness. Hopefully not to soon turn into Battle of the Boulders as the sun comes up and starts to reveal some of the other obstacles we are off and running right now with racer number 147, Les Keller, Kalispell, Montana, riding Polaris.
All right, Dylan Hart up and over with a 1:10:21, 1:10:21 for Dylan Hart of Star Valley Ranch. Now off and running with number 102, Riley Articat Kincaid, Victor, Idaho, on an Articat. He'll be followed by Brody Sermon and Chance Waite.
$128.12 for Les Keller, wrapping up 700 improved, going to 9 improved with racer number 336, Max McGinnis, Big Piney, Wyoming, riding Skidoo.
All right, Riley Kincaid up and over the 1:05:47, 1:05:47, new fast time in this class. Keep in mind there's 25 riders in this class and 12 will qualify. 12 will qualify for tomorrow out of 25. Riley moving into the lead. Now we're going with number 681, Brody Sermon, Tarrenton, Idaho, on an Articat, followed by Chance Waite and Rhett Harward.
All right, there is your qualifying racers right there. Garth Kaufman, another fastest qualifier. Russ Tapio, Les Keller, Sam Peterson, Riley Sprunger, Seth Wilson, Kobe Crapo, Zach Wormers, Cody Bonney, Tyler Coles, Keith Bailey, and Josh Tatro. All right, Mad Max going to set the bar for the rest of the racers in 900 improved. Cheyenne's here.
All right, Brody Sermon up and over with a 1:28:53, 1:28:53 for Brody. Now we're going with number 119, Chance Waite, Bozeman, Montana, on a Skidoo, followed by Rhett Howard and Jackson Fast Rogers.
1:34:79 for Max McGinnis. Pretty darn speedy there, Max. 1:34:79. Up next, Racer number 818, Tyler Coles, Blackfoot, Idaho, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Kyle Heap and Ben Marquis. Oh, boy. All right, Tyler Cole's getting a little western up there, but going to try to get it gathered up.
Rhett Harward, if you're here, you need to be at the line. Rhett Harward, need you to the line. Looks like Chance waits up and over the 123.50. 123.50 for Chance. And if Rhett don't show up, we'll move on to number 267, Jackson Fast Rogers, Canvas, Utah, on a skidoo, followed by Eric Kerr and Kyle Kuhn.
$145.94, $145.94. For Tyler Coles, up next, racer number 217, Kyle Heap, Evanston, Wyoming, riding Polaris, followed by Ben Marquis and Taylor Seamers.
All right, there it is. Jackson Fast Rogers, new fast time, 1:04.38. 1:04.38 for Jackson Rogers. There goes one loud one. Now on the hill, number 88, Eric Kerr, Spring Creek, Nevada, on a Polaris, followed by Kyle Kuhn and Cameron Conger.
Kyle Heap got it done with 129.31. That's going to set the bar a little high for everybody else. 129.31 for Kyle Heap. Going now with racer number 6, Ben Marquis, Edna, Wyoming, riding Polaris, will be followed by Taylor Seamers and Greg Dana.
All right, Eric Kerr, number 88's up and over with a 110.88. We decided he likes that number, 110.88. Now on the hill, number 97, Kyle Kuhn, Laramie, Wyoming, on a skidoo, followed by Cameron Conger and Carson Ehrman.
All right. Well, sounds like we're getting a high mark for Ben. Report that to you here in just a second. While we get him gathered up, we're going to go to the starting line with racer number 106, Taylor Seamers, Evanston, Wyoming, riding Polaris. It'll be followed by Greg Dana and Luca Rainey.
All right, Kyle Kuhn up and over with a 111.92. 111.92 for Kyle. Now on the hill, number 725, Cameron Conger, Granby, Colorado, on a skidoo, followed by Carson Ehrman and Lucas Youngberg. All right, Cameron Conger coming in with a 105.72. 105.72 for Cameron Conger. Now on the hill, number 628, Carson Ehrman, Salmon Arm, BC on an Articat, followed by Lucas Youngberg and Butch Anktil.
Taylor Seamers with 141.97, 141.97 for Taylor Seamers. Up next, racer number 789, Greg Dana, Thane, Wyoming, riding skidoo, followed by Luke Rainey and Jay Mannaberry. How do you want to do that? I'm like, boy, you have no idea how little I have to do with that. And can say, it's a shared sled.
All right, Carson Ehrman up and over with a 111.04. 111.04 for Carson Ehrman. Now on the hill, number 844, Lucas Youngberg, Estacada, Oregon, on a Polaris. Followed by Butch Anktil and Dylan Hart of Lolo.
Ruh-roh. Sounds like Greg Dana ran into a little snag up there with a 12.9. 12.9 high mark is what I'm getting told. As we get ready to go, racer number 303, Luke Rainey, Thane, Wyoming, riding Polaris, be followed by Jay Menneberry and Cameron Lindsay. We got the horsepower. Let's see what the traction does. See if we can get a new fast time of the day with racer number 303, Luke Rainey.
All right, Lucas up and over with a 109.78. 109.78 for Lucas. Now we're going to go with number 64, Butch Anktel, Park City, Utah, on a Skidoo. He'll be followed by Dylan Hart, a Lolo, and KC Conger. Keep in mind there's 25 riders in this class, 12 will qualify. 25 riders, 12 will qualify. I will try to keep you updated the best I can.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Did he? Yeah. I think they serve beer up there, too. Oh, apparently they serve beer here, too. That'd be awesome if that was what was in there. All right, here we go. Luke Rainey. Oh, yeah. Getting his air miles.
All right, Butch Anktail's up and over the 127.69. 127.69 for Butch. Now on the hills, number 216, Dylan Hart, Lolo, Montana, on a Polaris. One of your champions, Jackson Hole, new world champ, improved class. And after him, we will go with Casey Conger and Bo Richin.
That's not fastest time of the day, though. 119.52, 119.52. I think he still has the fastest. No, Spanky does. That's right. Spanky still has the fastest time of the day with 118 and something. But look out, here comes the train robber, racer number 411, Jay Menneberry out of Alpine, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. Then Cousin Nate, then Cameron Lindsay.
All right, Dylan Hart up and over, showing he's still here to play. 109.59, 109.59 for Dylan Hart. Now we go with number 210, 210, Casey Conger, Du Bois, Wyoming, on an Articat, followed by Bo Richin and Michael Murphy.
121.33 for Meadowberry, 121.33. Second fastest qualifier right now as we go to racer number 95, Cousin Nate Suter, Thane, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. Wasting no time getting up and over to the starting lights. Cameron Lindsay up after that, Jordan Stank, Josh Tatro, all coming at you.
All right, Bo Richin up and over with a Casey Conger up and over with a 11260. 11260 for Casey Conger. Now on the hills, number 278, Bo Richin, Idaho Falls, Idaho, on an Articat, followed by Michael Murphy and Tanner Thomas.
The whack-a-mole section. $132.33, not too shabby at all. 132.33. Up next, racer number 185, Cameron Lindsay, Wellsville, Utah, riding Articat. Going to be followed by Jordan Stink and Josh Tatro.
All right, Bo Richin up and over with a 10754. 10754 for Bo Richin. Now we're going to go with number 421, Michael Murphy, Lehigh, Utah, on an Articat, followed by Tanner Thomas and Dan Musso. All right, Michael Murphy up and over with a 113.87, 113.87 for Michael Murphy. It sounds like we got the heels held up for a minute here, and once we get it clear, we will run. Number 120, Tanner Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, on a Polaris, followed by Dan Musso and Cody Chapman.
Cameron Lindsay comes in with a 204.44. 204.44. For Cameron Lindsay, as we go to race number 57, Jordan Stank, Muskego, Wisconsin, riding Polaris, followed by Josh Tatro. Almost did it again. Josh Tatro and Les Keller. Well, Flatlander just might have fallen prey to the mountain. Little roly-poly help moving in. I hope he's not pinned.
There's something inside us, something that motivates us. A longing to get out, to break free. Some call it adventure. Others call it escape. But we don't ride to escape life. We ride to capture it. Polaris. Think outside.
So Jordan Stank is gonna get a high mark at gate 7 high mark for Jordan Stank. So up next will be racer number 524, Josh Tatro, Boulder, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Les Keller and Justin Thomas. Josh Tatro with 139.73, 139.7. 3 for Josh Tatro as we go with racer number 147. Les Keller, Kalispell, Montana, riding Polaris, followed by Justin Thomas and Spanky.
All right, there it is. Number 120, Tanner Thomas up and over with a 102.88, moving him out in front. 102.88 for Tanner Thomas. Now on the hill, we got number 838, Dan Musso, Etna, Wyoming, on a skidoo, followed by Cody Chapman and J.D. Marshall. All right, with 4 riders left to go in the blue lane right here, they're going to have to be faster than a 110.21 is what I'm seeing right here. A 110.21 is the time to beat if you want to get in this class. Looks like Dan just went up and over with a 112.05. 112.05 for Dan. Not going to get him in there this time. We'll go with number 453, Cody Chapman, Rock Springs, Wyoming, on a skidoo, followed by J.D. Marshall, and finishing up Semipro improved stock will be Tyler Carroll.
Les Keller flying into it with 124.76, 124.76. Oh, boy. Here we go. Racer number 112, Justin Thomas, Idaho Falls, Idaho. Getting out for the first time today. He's riding Polaris. Going to be followed by Spanky and Cole Thomas. Things are about to get interesting. Wow.
All right, Cody Chapman up and over the 124.05. Not going to be fast enough, 124.05. So we're going to move on to number 279, J.D. Marshall, Tremont, Utah, on a Polaris. And finishing up the class is going to be number 932, Tyler Carroll. And then we will move on to amateurs, improved stock, Colton Knox, Raiden Lutz, Zach Wiley. Get them in, get them fired up. Let's go.
One 124.47, 124.47 for Justin Thomas. Up next, racer number 230, Blaine Matthews, followed by Cole Thomas and Dylan Boyce.
All right, J.D. Marshall's up and over with 113.58, 113.58. Not going to be quite fast enough. Now we're last rider in the class, number 932, Tyler Carroll, Paris, Idaho, on a Polaris. Got to be faster than, I believe, a 110.21 to get in there.
Holy cow. 113.95. I think this Spanky's kind of course. 113.95 for Blaine Matthews. New fastest time of the day by almost 5 seconds. Getting ready to go now with racer number 401, Cole Thomas, after Wyoming riding Polaris, followed by Dylan Boyce and Garrett Easton.
All right, Tyler Carroll knew what he had to do, got up there, got it done. 108.78 for Tyler Carroll. 108.78. Now we're going to move on to our next class, Amateurs Improved. Colton Knox, Raiden Lutz, Zach Wiley.
Uh-oh. Cole Thomas not in a position that he wants to be in. I believe that's a ski up there that you see pointing in a direction it's not supposed to go. High mark of 9.5. 9.5 going to be the high mark for Cole Thomas as we go through racer number 729. Dylan Boyce, Rigby, Idaho, riding Skidoo, followed by Garrett Easton, Calvin Ehrman, Keith Curtis. Keith Jackson is going to wrap up the class. Tyler. Dylan Boyce charging the hill. Racer 729. Making his way up there.
All right, so I'll give you some unofficial results for Semi-Pro Improved Stock. I will not do them in order, but this is who I see's getting in. Landon Kula, Austin Rogers, Connor Eliason, Dylan Hart of Wyoming, Riley Kincaid, Jackson Rogers, Cameron Conger, Lucas Youngberg, Dylan Hart of Lolo, Bo Richin, Tanner Thomas, and Tyler Carroll. That is unofficial. All right, Colton Knox up and over with a 111.57, 111.57 for Colton Knox. And it sounds like Raiden Lutz got up there, got into a little bit of trouble at 12.7. We'll get him cleaned off the hill, and we'll be going with number 552, Zach Wiley, Jackson, Wyoming, on a Polaris. And he'll be followed by Evan Dagnall and Mason Irwin.
Dylan Boyce got up and over with 141.33, 141.33 for Dylan Boyce. Up next, racer number 91, Garrett Easton, Rock Springs, Wyoming. Riding Skidoo, going to be followed by Calvin Ehrman, Keith Curtis, Keith Jackson.
Zach Wiley, get it to the line. Get your orange Polaris fired up. Let's go, number 552, Zach Wiley.
Oh, dear. Dylan Boyce running into a little trouble up there, and sled comes tumbling after. I can't be positive because it went out of my sight, but I think it's safe to say that there will be a high mark of 12.9. 12.9 for Garrett Easton. Up next, race number 524C, Calvin Erman, Seminar, British Columbia, riding Articat. Going to be followed by Keith Curtis. Keith Jackson wrapping up the class, and we're going to go to 1,000 improved. Ooh, we're about to start lighting some turbos here in just a little while.
All right, Zach's up and over the 12500. 12500 for Zach Wiley. Next on the hill is going to be number 613, Evan Dagnall, Portland, Oregon, on an Articat, followed by Mason Irwin and Jason Tisdall.
Calvin Erman coming in with 133.32. Just about went past the catwalk. 133.32. A lot of threes in there. For Calvin Erman as we go with racer number 711. Keith Curtis, Dylan Montana riding Polaris. Keith Jackson is going to wrap up the class. We're going to find out here if Keith is going to try to remind Spanky who he is. Once again, fastest time of the day. Fastest time in qualifying. 1:30. 13.95. All right, little fork in the road. I don't know if that's what he intended to do, but by golly, he is making the best of it. Oh boy, it is going to be close. One 19:21, 1920 for Keith Curtis. That is, I believe, second fastest. They're getting in there pretty snug as we go with racer number 1, Keith Jackson, Thane, Wyoming, riding Polaris. 1,000 improved, be ready. Jay Menaberry, Tony Ryan, and Calvin Ehrman.
All right, sounds like Evan got into a little trouble up there at 10.7. 10.7 for Evan. Now we're running with number 712, Mason Irwin, Rock Springs, Wyoming, on a Skidoo, followed by Jason Tisdall and Caden Rainey.
All right, Keith Jackson, I'm pretty sure he wasn't on the sled, but that thing went off in the valley over there. I might wind up getting that out a little later in the spring. All right, there is your 900 Pro Improved qualifiers. Blaine Matthews, Keith Curtis, Luke Rainey, Jay Menaberry, Justin Thomas, Les Keller, Cal Heap, Nate Suter, Calvin Ehrman, Max McGinnis, Josh Tatro, and Dylan Boyce all made it unofficially. Oh, as I stab Brandon and move on to the next class, 1,000 improved. Racer number 411, Jay Menaberry at the starting line. The Rocky Mountain Power Sports starting line, that is. He'll be followed by Tony Ryan and Calvin Ehrman.
All right, sounds like Mason Irwin got into a little trouble up there at 12.8. 12.8 for Mason Irwin. Now we're off and running with number 271, Jason Tisdall, Aurora, Colorado, on a skidoo, followed by Caden Rainey and Lucas Conger.
Woo, Jay Manaberry starting us off in big fashion. 117 flat, 11700 for Jay Manaberry. Going now is racer number 636, Tony Ryan, Brigham City, Utah, riding skidoo, followed by Calvin Ehrman and Tyler Coles.
All right, sounds like Jason got up there and got into a little bit of trouble at gate 14 for Jason Tisdall. Next on the hill, we're going to go with number 203, Caden Rainey, Thane, Wyoming, on a Polaris, followed by Lucas Conger and Jaden Marshall.
$131.99. Well, I came out of the gate hard with that one. $131.99 for Tony Ryan. Then we're going to go with race number 524C, Calvin Ehrman, Salmon Arm, British Columbia, riding Arctic Cat, followed by Tyler Coles and Cousin Nate going to go back up.
All right, number 203, Caden Rainey, up and over with a 112.60, 112.60 for Caden Rainey. Now we're going to run with number 4, 56, Lucas Conger, Grand Lake, Colorado on a Skidoo, followed by Jaden Marshall and Colby Angove.
$126.86 for Calvin Ehrman. 126.86. I love it when they go up over there full tilt. 126.86 for Calvin Ehrman as we go with race number 818. Tyler Coles, Blackfoot, Idaho, riding players, followed by Nate Suter and Luke Rainey. Cousin Nate to the starting line. Nate Suter to the starting line.
All right, Lucas up there getting it done. 112.57. 112.57 for Lucas Conger. Now on the hill, we got number 407, Jaden Marshall, Bloomington, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Colby Angove and Jet Johnson.
$131.16. 131.16. All right, here we go. Cousin Nate Suter, racer number 95, Thane, Wyoming. Riding Skidoo, going to be followed by Luke Rainey and Ben Marquis.
All right, sounds like Jaden got up there, got into a little bit of trouble at 12.6. 12.6 for Jaden Marshall. Going to get him cleared off the hill. We'll run with number 280, Colby Angove, Butte, Montana, on a Skidoo, followed by Jet Johnson and Dylan Pugmire.
$125.60. Go, Cousin Nate. That is a good run right there. 125.60. Sorry for getting loud on you there. Up next, race number 303, Luke Rainey, Thane, Wyoming, riding Polaris, followed by Ben Marquis and Justin Thomas. Fastest time of the day again was in 900 improved. Spanky did it with 113 and a little. Let's see what Luke Rainey does. 117.89 for Luke Rainey. 117.89 for Luke as we go with race number 6. Ben Marquis, Etna, Wyoming, riding Polaris. He will be followed by Les Keller and Kyle Tapio.
All right, Colby's up and over the 14237. 14237 for Colby. Now we're going to run with number 701, Jet Johnson, Camas, Utah, on a skidoo, followed by Dylan Pugmire and Braden Holden Dickey.
141.35, 141.354. Ben Marquis as we go with racer number 112, Justin Thomas, Idaho Falls, Idaho. He's riding Polaris, followed by Les Keller and Kyle Tapio. $122.40 for Justin Thomas. 122.40 for Justin Thomas as we go with race number 147. Les Keller, Kalispell, Montana, riding Polaris, followed by Kyle Tapio and Max McGinnis.
All right, Jet Johnson getting up and over the 114.88. 114.88 for Jet Johnson. Now on the hill, number 590, Dylan Pugmire, Montpelier, Idaho, on a skidoo, followed by Braden Holden Dickey and Garrett Tom. All right, Dylan Pugmire up and over the 112.10. 112.10 for Dylan Pugmire. Now we're going to go with number 752, Braden Holden Dickey, Thane, Wyoming, on a skidoo. Followed by Garrett Tom and Michael Hosler.
All right, even with that little bit of a snag right there, still respectable. 128.90, more than respectable. That was pretty fast. 128.91. 4 less calories. We go with race number 318. Kyle Tapio, Battleground, Washington, riding Articat. He'll be followed by Max McGinnis and Gage Peterson, and this could be interesting. I'd pay real close attention to see if Kyle Tapio does something a little different up there.
All right, Braden getting up there, getting it done. 112.35. 112.35 for Braden Dickey. Now we're going to go with number 24, Garrett Tom, Victor, Idaho, on a skidoo, followed by Michael Hosler and Chance Jones.
125.47, 125.47 for Kyle Tapio. Up next, racer number 336, Max McGinnis, Big Piney, Wyoming, riding skidoo, followed by Gage Peterson and Dylan Boyce.
All right, Garrett Tom getting up there, getting it done. 109.62. You have a new fast time. 109.62, Garrett Tom. Now on the hill, number 559, Michael Hosler, Boulder, Wyoming, on a skidoo, followed by Chance Jones, and finishing up Amateurs Improved, we Harper Handsaker. We got 3 riders left in this class, and as it sits right now, all they have to do is get a time to get in. There's 5 high marks on the board. All they have to do is get a time to get in this class.
What good time for Max McGinnis racer. Yeah, you know who he is. Number 336. He came in with 131.64, 131.64. For Max McGinnis, getting ready to go now with racer number 736. Gage Peterson, Logan, Utah, riding Articat. He's going to be followed by Dylan Boyce and Greg Dana. But I'll tell you what, you're probably going to be pushing it if you don't get in the 20 to get in by the looks of things right now. They are fast. 135.93 for Gage Peterson, 135.93. We're going to see if that'll hold up as we go to racer number 729. Dylan Boyce, Rigby, Idaho, riding Skidoo, making the move to the big boys. Dylan Boyce getting ready to go. He'll be followed by Greg Dana and Brock Sharp.
All right, Dylan Boyce getting up and over the 14075. 14075 for Dylan Boyce. Now we're going to be off and running with number 789, Greg Dana, Thane, Wyoming on a Skidoo, followed by Brock Sharp and Keith Jackson. And in the blue lane, we got the hill clear, and we're running with number 347, Chance Jones, Smoot, Wyoming on a Skidoo. And finishing up the class will be Harper Handsaker, and we'll move on to Pro Senior Improved Stock.
Greg Dana coming in with 136.50, 136.50, 136.50. Up next, racer number 706, Brock Sharp, Moxie Washington riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Keith Jackson and Garrett Easton.
All right, Chance Jones getting up there, getting into a little trouble at gate 14.6. It's probably still going to get him in there at 14.6. But with our last racer to go, number 435, Harper Handsaker, Camas, Utah, on a Skidoo. All he has to beat is a gate 14, I believe, to get in the class. But we're going to see a fast time come from Harper. I know it. Just watch and see.
Oh, man. Little bump, and the tether comes loose, and that is a heartbreaking deal for you right there. Brock Sharp, unfortunately, going to wind up with a high mark there right before gate 14. I think they're calling it a 13.5. What a bummer. As we go with racer number 1, Keith Jackson, Thane, Wyoming, riding Polaris, followed by Garrett Easton and Taylor Seamers. Jordan Stank going to wrap up. 1,000 improved. Then we are going to go and boost some sleds over the hill. You too. Thanks for swinging by.
Over there tomorrow. I brought my bikini, so we'll see how frisky I get. No, just kidding.
Sounds like.
I won't do it.
Oh, I'm thinking I'm gonna
get right over it.
Yeah, we won't be pissed, and so it's 2 against 1. So Garrett Easton coming in with 139 flat, not half bad right there. 139.00 for Garrett Easton. All right, on the starting line right now, racer number 106, Taylor Siemers, Evanston, Wyoming, riding Polaris, be followed by Jordan Stank. Jordan Stank going to wrap up the class, then we're going to go into 600 mod.
All right, Harper Handsaker getting up there, getting it done. 110.04. 110.04. That'll be good enough to get him in there. So as it stands unofficially, I'll read off what I have for a top 12. This is unofficial. Colton Knox, Zach Wiley, Jason Tisdall, Caden Rainey, Lucas Conger, Colby Angove, Jarrett Johnson, Dylan Pugmire, Braden Dickey, Garrett Tom, Chance Jones, and Harper Handsaker.
$135.81, 135.81 for Taylor Siemers. We are now going to go with racer number 57, Jordan Stank, Muskego, Wisconsin, riding Polaris from Wisconsin. Then we're going to go into 600 modified. Big Ben's going to start us off in that class. Toby Shepard, Kobe Crapo. $136.45, 136.45 for Jordan Stank as we go with racer number 72. Going to go right in to 600 mod. Big Ben Slensick going to start us off. He'll be followed by Toby Shepard and Kobe Crapo.
All right, moving into Pro Senior Improved Stock number 268, Jeff Rogers, Camas, Utah, on a Skidoo. He'll be followed by Todd Tupper and Scott Long.
All right, looks like there's your 1,000 improved qualifiers. It's Jay Menaberry, Luke Rainey, Justin Thomas, Kyle Tapio, Nate Suter, Calvin Ehrman, Les Keller, Tyler Coles, Max McGinnis, Tony Ryan, Taylor Siemers, and Gage Peterson. 145.58 for Big Ben. 145.58 starting us off in the modified classes. 600 mod qualifying going on right now. Racer number 22, Toby Shepard, Jackson, Montana, riding Polaris. Be followed by Kobe Crapo and Tom Roby. All right, Toby Shepard headed towards the finish line with a 130.40. 130.40 for Toby Shepard. Up next, racer number 99, Kobe Crapo, St. Anthony, Idaho, riding Polaris, followed by Tom Roby and Mason Rutledge.
All right, Jeff Rogers up and over with a 111.72. 111.72. He was followed by number 30, Todd Tupper, Ammon, Idaho, with a 110.49. 110.49. And on the hill now, well, Scott Long was up and over, let's see.
Well, Brandon's looking that up. Kobe Crapo had a little bit of trouble up there. He had a really good head of steam going, and then just wound up on its side.
All right, Scott Long was up and over with a 110.86. 110.86. Now on the hill, we got number 357, Lane Stank, on a Polaris. He will be followed by Brooke Beckstrom and Bob Tom.
All right, Kobe Crapo still chugging along there again. Had that little bobble there. It's going to cost him a little bit. 144.87. 144.87. For Kobe Crapo's GOAT racer number 179, the bounty hunter, Tom Roby. Thane, Wyoming, getting ready to roll. Riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Mason Rutledge and Russ Tapio.
All right, Lane Stank up and over the 120.20. 120.20 for Lane Stank. Now on the hill, we got number 9, Brooke Beckstrom, Salem, Utah, on a Polaris, followed by Bob Tom and Jim Marshall.
Well, that's not what I wanted to say. 10.3 going to be the high mark for Tom Roby. 10.3 for Roby. As we get ready to go with racer number 522, Mason Rutledge, Rigby, Idaho, riding Skidoo, followed by Russ Tapio and Trayson Lutz.
All right, Brooks up and over the 107.17. 107.17 for Brooke Beckstrom. Now on the heels, number 24, Bob Tom, Victor, Idaho, on a Skidoo. Followed by Jim Marshall, and finishing up the class will be Brad Sharp.
Yanni. All right, here we go. Mason Rutledge in the pro lane, 600 mod.
All right, Bob Tom up and over the 121.79. 121.79 for Bob Tom. Now on the hill, number 47, the oldest man here, Jim Marshall, Bloomington, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Brad Sharp, and he will finish up Pro Senior Improved stock, and we'll move on to Pro Masters Improved.
Woo, 127.99, new fastest qualifier right there, 127.99. See how long that lasts with this guy behind you. Racer number 322, Russ Tapio, Battleground Washington riding Artie Cat. He'll be followed by Trayson Lutz and Garth Kaufman.
All right, Jim Marshall getting it done, 114.61. 114.61 for Jim Marshall. Last one in this class, number 206, Brad Sharp, Moxie, Washington, on a Skidoo.
One 122.17, 122.17 for Russ Tapio. Up next, racer number 126, Trayson Lutz, Garden City, Utah, riding Polaris, followed by Garth Kaufman and Zach Wormers.
All right, Brad Sharp getting up there, getting it done. Fastest time of the class, 1:03.63. 1:03.63 for Brad Sharp. Now we'll move on to Pro Masters Improved. The King of Kings, Kyle Tapio, Battleground, Washington, number 318 on an Articat. Followed by Tim Mackey and Sherman Nelson. All right, Kyle Tapio getting up there, getting it done. 1:02.87. 1:02.87, Kyle Tapio. I believe that's the fastest time of the day in the blue lane. Now we're going to run with number 132, Tim Mackey, Hermantown, Minnesota, on an Articat, followed by Sherman Nelson and Scott Long.
Trace Lutz, 133.85, 133.85. Scared me and the cameraman up top there. Right, here we go. Racer number 48, Garth Kaufman, feeling good, looking good, riding good. Riding Articat. He's going to be followed by Zach Wormers and Tavern Rupp. A little supercharger action for you.
All right, Tim's up and over with a 1:11.19. 1:11.19 for Tim Mackey. Now we're going to go with number 40, the Shermanator, from Rock Springs, Wyoming, on a Skidoo, followed by Scott Long and Tony Zollinger.
Check this out. Here comes Garth Kaufman up and over the Frank May Skidoo finish line with 1:19.46, 1:19.46. New fastest qualifier right there as we go with racer number 134, Zach Wormers, Bozeman, Montana. Riding players to be followed by Tavern Rupp and Andy Thomas. Sorry about that. Tavern Rupp will be a scratch. Sorry about that. I was just doing my jab, but unfortunately 3 broken bones in his foot.
All right, Sherman getting up and over the 1:15.61. 1:15.61 for Sherman. Now we're going to go with number 529, Scott Long, Spirit Lake, Idaho, on Skidoo, followed by Tony Zollinger and Trent Handsaker.
One 40-30 for Zach Wormers, 140-30. Definitely some standouts in this qualifying so far. Here's one to put a blazing fast time on the board. Race number 104, Andy Thomas, Athens, Wyoming, riding Polaris, followed by Gage Peterson and Cody Bonney.
All right, Scott Long up and over with a 106.77, 106.77 for Scott Long. Now we're going to run with number 3, Tony Zollinger, Wellsville, Utah, on an Articat, followed by Trent Handsaker and Brett Hillam.
One 18-17 for Andy Thomas. 1-1-8-1-7. New fastest qualifier right there. 1-18-17. Andy Thomas. Up next, racer number 736, Gage Peterson, Logan, Utah, riding Articat, followed by Cody Bonney and Garrett Easton.
All right, Tony Zollinger getting up there, getting it done. Fast time with a 103.93. 103.93, good enough to put him in the second spot right now. Now we're going to go with number 235, Trent Handsaker, Camas, Utah, on a Skidoo, followed by Brent Hillam and Lane Don't Stink. All right, new fastest time in the blue lane of the day. Trent Handsaker, 10083. 10083 for Trent Handsaker. Now we're going to run with number 33, Brett Hillam, Plain City, Utah, on a Polaris, followed by Lane Stank and Todd Tupper.
Gage Peterson getting up and over with 136.15, 136.15. Going to have him in there for now as we go with racer number 854, Cody Bonnet, Helena, Montana, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Garrett Easton, and Danny Johnson.
All right, Brett Hillam up and over the 112.96. 112.96 for Brett Hillam. Now we're going to run with number 357, Lane Stank, on a Polaris, followed by Todd Tupper and Dolan Phelps.
$136.05 for Cody Bonney. 136.05 for Cody. As we go to race number 91, Garrett Easton, Rock Springs, Wyoming, riding Skidoo, followed by Danny Johnson and Dolan Phelps.
All right, Lane Stank up and over the 117.08. 117.08 for Lane Stank. Now we're going to go with number 30, Todd Tupper, Amanito on an Articat, followed by Dolan Phelps and Jim Marshall.
$141 flat. 141. 00 14100. We're going to go with Danny Johnson, and then I think we're going to bump Dolan Phelps to the last of the class. What it sounds like. We're going to Dolan Phelps will move to the last of the class. So we'll go now with race number 107, Danny Johnson out of Camas, Utah, riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Zach Matheson and Aaron Sturk.
All right, Todd Tupper up and over the 101.87. 101.87 for Todd Tupper. Now we're going with number 169, Dolan Phelps, Fish Haven, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Jim Marshall, and Craig Gates will finish up Pro Masters Improved.
$130.13 for Danny Johnson. Nicely done. 130.13 for Danny. Gonna go now with racer number 707. Zach is back. Matson, Casper, Wyoming, riding Polaris, followed by Cash or Crash and Luke Bledsoe.
All right, Dolan Phelps up and over with a 102.25. 102.25 for Dolan. Now we're going to go with number 47, Jim Marshall, Bloomington, Idaho, on a Polaris. Followed by Craig Gates, and he will finish up Pro Masters Improved, and we will move into Semi-Pro Mod. Semi-Pro Mod, get them in the pits, get them ready, get them fired up. Let's go.
$125.27 for Zach. 125.27 for Zach Matson as we go. Well, I wrote it in the wrong spot. I don't know why I'm confessing that to you all. But anyway, we're going to go with race number 285, Cash or Crash. Aaron Stirk, Pinedale, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. And then we'll see if Luke Bledsoe is here. I don't think so. So Calvin Ehrman and Riley Sprunger, be ready. Dolan Phelps will go last.
All right, Jim Marshall getting up there, getting it done. 112.06, 112.06 for Jim Marshall. Now we're going with the last rider in the class, Craig Gates, number 321, Rock Springs, Wyoming, on a Polaris.
Nice. 125.37 for Aaron Stirk. 125.37. And I'm going to go ahead and call him Luke Bledsoe. First, nope. All right. I didn't think so. I think Luke Bledsoe is going to be a scratch as we go to race number 524C. Calvin Ehrman, Salmon Arm, British Columbia, riding Articat. He'll be followed by Riley Sprunger and Dolan Phelps. That'll wrap up the Class 7 Modified. Be ready. Zach Matson, Dolan Phelps, Ben Slensick.
All right, Craig Gates up and over the 109.82. 109.82 for Craig Gates to finish up the Pro Masters Improved class. Now we're going to go with number 278, Bo Richens, Idaho Falls, Idaho, on an Articat. We had a little get off on the screen there.
Yeah.
Followed by Cody Chapman and Cameron Conger.
Yeah, I don't know. A little bit of a rodeo, kind of a Scorpion Superman combo. Going for some freestyle points, but unfortunately, out comes. Oh, I think it just shut right down on him by the looks of it. pulled the side cover off right there, so it probably wasn't the tether that killed it. It was something else altogether. He's coming back down the face.
All right, Bo Richards up and over the 105.78. 105.78 for Bo Richard getting us started. Now we're on the hill with number 453, Cody Chapman, Rock Springs, Wyoming, on a skidoo, followed by Cameron Conger and Carson Ehrman.
All right. All right, so Calvin Ehrman with these interesting get off there, going to get a high mark of 2.5. 2.5 for Calvin Ehrman. Going to go with racer number 515, Riley Sprunger, Butte, Montana, riding Polaris. Dolan Phelps going to wrap up the class, and then we are going to do a reboot of the system, probably restart the live feed. Coming to the end of that time, we'll restart the live feed on Facebook, YouTube. You're good. If you're on RMX Sports on YouTube, you're good. Just kick back, maybe run to the little boys or girls' room, whatever you need to do. Crack open another beverage, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes after Dolan Phelps goes. So just giving you fair warning.
All right, Cody Chapman up and over with a 114.49. 114.49 for Cody Chapman. Now on the hill, we got number 725, Cameron Conger, Granby, Colorado, on a skidoo, followed by Carson Ehrman and Dylan Hart of Lolo.
Riley Sprunger getting her done with 123.11. Heck yeah. 123.11. Very good time as we go with racer number 169, Dolan Phelps, Fish Haven, Idaho. Wrapping up the class, and right after Dolan makes his run, there again, we're going to restart the live feed. So there may be a slight interruption on YouTube, but Facebook, you're going to have to go find the next feed. Not real hard to do. Just back out of this one, and as soon as you see the next feed kick in, just click on that, and you'll be right back with us.
All right, Cameron Conger up and over with a 103.22. 103.22 for Cameron Conger. Now on the hill, we got number 628C, Carson Ehrman, Salmon Arm, British Columbia, on an Articat, followed by Dylan Hartalolo and Michael Murphy.
And Dolan Phelps, 1:29:53. 1:29:53. All right, everybody at home. If you're on Facebook, you're going to have to back out and restart the feed. I think you're good if you're on YouTube. It should kick back in. But we're going to take a 2-minute break and come back, restart the live feed.
All right, Carson Urban up and over with a 103.94. 103.94 for Carson Urban. Now we're going to run with number 216, Dylan Hart, Lolo, Montana on a Polaris, followed by Michael Murphy and Dax, and he's not here, Landon Kula.
All right. Sounds like we are back. If you're joining us there on Facebook, hopefully you found us on the live feed. And again, I think the YouTube thing, I think you're just good. If not, well, if not, you can't hear me and I can't tell you to go find us. So I guess that would be what you call a conundrum. But we are getting ready to go now with 700 modified qualifying, starting things off with racer number 707, Zach Matheson, Casper, Wyoming, riding Polaris. Will be followed by Dolan Phelps and Big Ben. On the hill in the blue lane, racer number 216, New World title, Dylan Hart, Lolo, Montana, riding Polaris. And that is your semi-pro modified is what we are qualifying over there. Semi-pro mod in the blue lane, Dylan Hart on the hill. Zach Matheson working his way to the starting line in the red lane over to that awesome Rocky Mountain Power Sports starting line. There is your leaderboard right there. Andy Thomas for 600 mod. Andy Thomas, Garth Kaufman, Russ Tapio. I'll get back to that in just a sec because Dylan Hart just went up and over with 103.81. 103.81. For Dylan Hart, next up in the blue lane, semi-pro modified. It is race number 421, Michael Murphy, Lehigh, Utah, riding Articat. He's going to be followed by Landon Kula and Dylan Hart of Wyoming. Zach Matheson. 124.11 for Dylan Hart. Zach Masson, 124.11. For Zach Masson, up next, racer number 169, Dolan Phelps, Fish Haven, Idaho. Back. Nope, we're going to skip him. Yes, no. I think Dolan is probably close to being back down with our little break. We'll find out. I'll let you know who we're sending. It's either Dolan Phelps or Big Ben Slensick, one of the two. Mike Murphy on the hill in the blue lane. $110.43, 110.43 for Michael Murphy. Up next, racer number 308, Landon Cooley, Colt Washington riding the Articat. He'll be followed by Dylan Hart of Wyoming and Kyle Kuhn. All right, so we are going to roll past Dolan Phelps. We'll plug him back in there somewhere. Going to go with racer number 72, Big Ben Slensick, Rock Springs, Wyoming, riding Skidoo in the pro lane. 700 modifieds. What's going on over there? Be followed by Cody Bonney and Riley Sprunger. And those of you watching at home, I know it says Daxon Zollinger on there, but it is, in fact, Landon Kula is who is going up the blue lane. All right, in the red lane, racer number 72, Big Ben Slensick, Rock Springs, Wyoming. 7 mod getting ready to go. He will be followed by Cody Bonney and Riley Sprunger. Landon Kula up and over with 104.70. Yeah, that's a good one. 104.70 for Landon Kula. Up next, racer number 346, Dylan Hart, Star Valley Ranch, Wyoming, riding Polaris. Will be followed by Kyle Kuhn and Brody Sermon. Oh, boy. That is a tricky hill right there. Ben laying her down, but he's back up. Gonna get it rolling again. That was just a very interesting looking thing. Must be a little steeper than it looks right there, but Ben just kind of almost like roll over, like the training wheels fell off. All right, here we go. Ben getting around that last gate. And away we go. 153.63 for Big Ben Slensick. 153.63. And we're going to go with racer number 854, Cody Bonney, Helena, Montana, riding Polaris, followed by Riley Sprunger and Mason Rutledge. We'll plug Dolan Phelps back in there somewhere. I'll let you know when.
All right, Dylan Hart, Wyoming, up and over with a 104.70, the same time as Landon Kula. Now we're going to move on to number 97, Kyle Kuhn, Laramie, Wyoming, on a skidoo, followed by Brody Sermon and Riley Articat Kincaid.
Cody Bonney. Feeling his oats, 130.04, 130.004. Up next, going with race number 515, Riley Sprunger. Butte, Montana, riding Polaris to be followed by Mason Rutledge. Then we're going to plug Dolan Phelps in after Mason Rutledge.
All right, Kyle Kuhn up and over with a 106.52. 106.52 for Kyle Kuhn. Now on the hill, number 681, Brody Sermon, Tarrenton, Idaho, on an Articat, followed by Riley Kincaid and Eric Kerr.
One, two, three, 8-7 for Riley Sprunger. Well done. 1, 2, 3, 8-7. Is that your new? Yes, it is. Fastest qualifier right now. Riley Sprunger. We're going to go now with race number 522, Mason Rutledge, Rigby, Idaho, riding skidoo. He'll be followed by Dolan Phelps, then Gage Peterson.
All right, Brody's up and over with a 113.55. 113.55 for Brody Sermon. Now on the hill, you heard him go by number 102, Riley Articat Kincaid, Victor, Idaho, on an Articat.
All right, I stand corrected. We will actually run Gage Peterson, then Dolan Phelps. So it'll go Mason on the hill, Gage Peterson, Dolan Phelps, Calvin Ehrman is how we'll make that happen. He probably never actually got sobered up. Might have skipped the coffee. Oh, boy. 125.30 for Mason Rutledge, 125.30. Going to go now with Gage Peterson, then Dolan Phelps, then Calvin Ehrman.
All right, Riley Kincaid up and over with a 105.39. 105.39 for Riley Kincaid. Now on the hill, number 88, Eric Kerr, Spring Creek, Nevada, on a Polaris, followed by Butch Anktel and Dan Musso.
On earth. Oh my. Yeah. It looks like a snowblower. Oh, great minds think alike, Brandon. I'll tell you what. That something went wrong. I saw a ski where it wasn't supposed to be, and then I saw a roost for a very long, extended period of time. Gage is like, well, if I got to go slow, if I'm going to have a slow time, I ain't going to make it for easy for anybody coming back behind me. I'm just kidding. He wouldn't do that for sportsmanship. Then we got the feller with his shirt off up there. If that doesn't tell you it's warm, I don't know what will. Going to get a head start on the summer tan.
All right, Eric Kerr up and over with a 108.00. 108.00 for Eric Kerr. Now we're going to go with number 64, Butch Anktel, followed by Dan Massou and Tyler Carroll.
All right, so Gage Peterson comes into the 142.78, 142.78. Going to go back now and catch up with Dolan Phelps, racer number 169 out of Fish Haven, Idaho, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Calvin Ehrman and Justin Thomas.
All right. Butch is up and over with a 120.42. 120.42 for Butch Anktel. Now we're going with number 838, Dan Musso, Etna, Wyoming, on a Skidoo, followed by Tyler Carroll and Lucas Youngberg.
All right, Dolan packs it up and over with 130.24. 130.24. 130.24 for Calvin Ehrman, Dolan Phelps. This is going to continue to happen. So now we're going to go with racer number 524C, Calvin Ehrman, Salmon Arm, British Columbia, riding Articat. He'll be followed by Justin Thomas and Brooke Beckstrom.
All right, Dan's up and over with a 110.48. 110.48 for Dan Musso. Now we're going to go with number 932, Tyler Carroll, Paris, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Lucas Youngberg and Rhett Howard.
All right, Calvin Ehrman burned down the turbo, it sounds like, so he is doing it on his improver with 128.94. Pretty darn respectable. 128.94. That's your second fastest, third fastest qualifier right there as we go with racer number 112. Justin Thomas, Idaho Falls, Idaho, riding Polaris, to be followed by Brooke Beckstrom and Kobe Crapo. All right, here we go. Justin Thomas pulling the hammer back and squeezing. I like it, getting some style up here. Oh, keeping the track close to the ground, though, there. Wasn't going for too much altitude. Wants to lay down a lot of speed early on. Justin Thomas with 121.39. Now your new fastest qualifier, 121.39 for Justin Thomas. As we go with racer number 9, Brooke Beckstrom, Salem, Utah, riding Polaris, to be followed by Kobe Crapo and Toby Shepard.
All right, Tyler Carroll up and over with a 107.89. 107.89 for Tyler Carroll. It sounds like Dan Musso's going to get a rerun. He's back on the line. He's going to make another run at it.
Brooke having a little trouble up there, but he's still holding it together. He's back on. Well, I guess we'll see if he repulls here, but I think it's still running. It's hard to tell. Oh, yeah, he's still going. He's still going.
All right, looks like Dan Musso on his rerun gets up there, a 107.10. 107.10 for Dan. Now we will move back down to number 844, Lucas Youngberg, Estacada, Oregon, on a Polaris, followed by Rhett Howard and Connor Eliason.
Ooh, 2:15.88, 2:15.88 for Brooke Beckstrom as we go through racer number 99, Kobe Crapo, St. Anthony, Idaho. Riding Polaris, he'll be followed by Toby Shepard and Tom Roby.
All right, Rhett Howard, number 263, get to the line, get ready. Rhett Howard, he's not. Let's move on. 326, Connor Eliason to the line, 326. All right, Lucas Youngberg up and over with the 108.32. 108.32 for Lucas. Now we're going to move to number 326, Connor Eliason from Moroni, Utah, on a Polaris, followed by J.D. Marshall and Chance Waite.
A little bit of a rodeo ride there for Kobe Crapo. Still running, though, feverishly trying to get back on and get that thing up there. Just went to hit that last little spot. It's getting softer, but not quite that soft, and that thing just flat out bucked Kobe Crapo off, and he turns in a 135.92 as he shakes his head and points back down the hill. 135.92. Woo, that's crazy. Going now with racer number 22, Toby Shepard, Jackson, Montana, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Tom Roby and Trayson Lutz.
All right, Connor Eliason up and over with the 111.17, 111.17 for Connor Eliason. Now we're going to go with number 279, J.D. Marshall, Tremont, Utah, on a Polaris, followed by Chance Waite and Tanner Thomas.
One 123.31, second fastest qualifier right there. 123.31 for Toby Shepard. Going now with race number 179, Tom Roby, Thane, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Trayson Lutz and Garth Kaufman.
All right. J.D. Marshall's up and over with a 111.31. 111.31 for J.D. Marshall. Now we're going to go with number 119, Chance Wait, Bozeman, Montana, on a skidoo, followed by Tanner Thomas and Austin Rogers.
I'm not talking to you guys. $124.55 for the bounty hunter. 124.55. Well done. Up next, racer number 126, Trace and Lutz, Garden City, Utah, riding Polaris, followed by Garth Kaufman and Garrett Easton.
All right, Chance Wait up and over the 112.83. 112.83 for Chance Wait. Now on the hill, we got my man, number 120, Tanner Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, on a Polaris, followed by Austin Rogers and Jackson Rogers.
Wow, 124.93. I think they're starting to have some fun up here now. 124.93 for Trace and Lutz. Look out, here comes Garth Kaufman. He's been pretty much the fastest in almost everything he's tried today. So Garth Kaufman, number 48. Out to Wyoming riding a supercharged Articat. He's going to be followed by Garrett Easton and Aaron Sturk.
Speaking of fastest of everything they done today, look at this. Number 120, Tanner Thomas, a 101.32, new fastest time in the class with 3 riders left to go, and he's got one chasing him here. Number 509, Austin Rogers, Francis, Utah, on a skidoo, followed by Jackson Fast Rogers and Casey Connor.
Garth Kaufman, 119.96. That is your new fastest qualifier. I like it when I'm right. 119.96. As we go to racer number 91, Garrett Easton, Rock Springs, Wyoming, riding skidoo. He'll be followed by Aaron Sturk and Russ Tapio. Danny Johnson going to wrap up 7 mod, 9 mod. Be ready.
All right, Austin Rogers up there putting a fast time on the board, number 104.56. 104.56 for Austin Rogers. Now on the hill, he's got his cousin chasing him, number 267, Jackson Fast Rogers, Camas, Utah, on a skidoo. Jackson is going to want to get it done, and he's going to want to be on the top of the podium right here, and he'll be followed by Casey Connor.
Holy crap.
All right, Jackson Fast Rogers going up and over with a 103.80. 103.80. That's fast enough to get him in. There's 25 riders in this class. 12 will qualify, and it looks like the time to beat right now is Dan Musso's ride. 107.10 is on the bubble. Casey Connor, last rider out. See what he can do.
And in the red lane, we're going to go with racer. Well, we did have a 141.44 for Garrett Easton. 141.44 on the line right now. The Rocky Mountain Power Sports starting line, race number 285, Cash or Crash, Aaron Stirk, Pinedale, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. Go fast, Dad, go fast. He's a man of few words. I asked him, I says, so you having fun? He goes, yeah, I like it here. Getting a little coaching there from Bob, Tom, and Cheyenne. Might be listening a little more to Cheyenne than Bob.
All right, Casey Connor up and over with a 110.08. 110.08. I don't think it's fast enough to get him in here. Now we're going to move on to women's modified. Tiffany McWilliams, Taylor Myers, and Tiffany Wharton. All right, unofficially, this is not in order. Remember, this is not in order, and this is unofficial. What I have for semi-pro mod, Bo Richens, Cameron Conger, Carson Ehrman, Dylan Hart of Lolo, Landon Kula, Dylan Hart of Star Valley, Kyle Kuhn, Riley Kincaid, Dan Musso, Tanner Thomas, Austin Rogers, and Jackson Rogers.
Oh, yeah. 125.80, 125.80 for Aaron Stirk, 125.80 as we go through racer number 322. Russ Tapio, Battleground, Washington, riding Articat. He'll be followed by Danny Johnson. That will wrap up 7 mod. We'll go into 9 mod with Tony Ryan, Jordan Stank, and Keith Curtis.
All right, and in the blue wing, we got number 902, Tiffany McWilliams, Dylan Montana on an Articat, followed by Taylor Myers and Tiffany Wharton.
I was, me and Alexi were sitting in here at Jackson, and he was going up the hill, and I was like, laughing at my face because I like covered my mouth, and I was like, oh my god. Did I do that?
All right, Tiffany McWilliams up and over with a 131.94. 131.94 for Tiffany McWilliams. Now off and running with number 27, Taylor Myers, Soda Springs, Idaho on a Polaris, followed by Tiffany Wharton and Deborah Long.
One, 2, 1, 5, 5 for Russ Tapio. 1, 2, 1, 5, 5. Third fastest right there as we go with race number 107. Danny Johnson, Camas, Utah, riding Skidoo and wrapping up the class.
Yeah, all right. Looks like Taylor's up and over with a 115.65. 115.65 for Taylor Myers. Now we're going to go with number 722, Tiffany Wharton, Rigby, Idaho, on a Polaris.
Danny Johnson, 126.88, 126.88. We will get that unofficial leaderboard up for you here in just one moment as we go now to 900 modified. Racer number 636, Tony Ryan, Brigham City, Utah, riding Skidoo, having a good time. He'll be followed by Jordan Stank and Keith Curtis. This is how things are going to shake out. It is going to be Garth Kaufman, Justin Thomas, Russ Tapio, Toby Shepard, Riley Sprunger, Zach Matson, Tom Roby, Trayson Lutz, Mason Rutledge, Aaron Sturt, Danny Johnson, and Calvin Ehrman. Those are your qualifiers for the final tomorrow in 7 mod. 900 mod is what we're running right now in the red lane.
All right, sounds like Tiffany got up there, got in a little bit of trouble, down 11.6. 11.6 for Tiffany Wharton. Now, when we get her cleared off the trail, we will run with number 49, Deborah Long, Spirit Lake, Idaho, on a Skidoo, followed by her daughter, Brooke Long, and Sammy McCackney.
121.40 sets a bar for the rest of our racers in the 9 mod. 121.40. Well done there as we go to racer number 57, Jordan Stank, Muskego, Wisconsin, riding Polaris. Will be followed by Keith Curtis and Luke probably not Luke Bledsoe. And the Flatlander does it with 138.18. 138.18 for Jordan Stank. Up next, racer number 711, Keith Curtis, Dylan Montana riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Josh Tatro and Andy Thomas. Tony Ryan, 121.40. Put it away. Put it away, Bart.
I thought he said he did CrossFit.
Interesting sideways smile there. Off and running with Keith Curtis, racer number 711. I'll bet they're cheering him on at the Kodiak watching this right now. Hit subscribe on the RMX Sports YouTube channel. Do it now. It'll bring Keith Curtis good mojo or juju or whatever. Here we go. Keith Curtis. Yeah, he decided to buy an airplane ticket for that one instead of, wow, 113.46. 113.46. Now I'm going to have to go back and find out what Spanky's was, but that is definitely in contention for the fastest time of the day as we go with race number 524, Josh Tatro, Boulder, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. So that is the new fastest time of the day. Keith Curtis with 113.46. Spanky was 113.95, I believe.
Yeah, all right, we got Tiffany Wharton out of the way and moved on to number 49, Deborah Long, Spirit Lake, Idaho, on a Skidoo. Never mind. We're back in that same hole. Looks like she got a little bit further, 11.8. 11.8 for Deborah Long. We'll get her out of there, moved on, and then we'll let Brooke give her a try.
And Josh Tatro had a good run going there, but a little bit of a bobble at the end. Going to bring him a 216.82, 216.82 for Josh Tatro. Going now with racer number 104, Andy Thomas, Athens, Wyoming, riding Polaris, followed by Zach Masson and Kyle Tapio. Social media phenom right here. Backs it up. Wow, 1:13.68. That's going to make him the second fastest time of the day now. 1:13.68. For Andy Thomas going now with racer number 707, Zach Matson, Casper, Wyoming, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Kyle Tapio and the Shermanator. One more Volbeat. Ooh. 123.60 for Zach Matson. 123.60 for Zach. Up next, racer number 318, Kyle Tapio, Battleground, Washington, riding Articat. He'll be followed by the Shermanator and Aaron Sturt. Wow. 117.83. 117.83 for Kyle Tapio as we go with the Shermanator. Sherman Nilsson, Rock Springs, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. Going to be followed by Aaron Sturk and Dylan Boyce.
All right, Brooke Long getting up there, getting it done. 141.05 for Brooke Long. 141.05. Now we're going to go with number 330, Sammy McCackney, Francis, Utah, on a Skidoo. Followed by Caitlin Rogers, and finishing up women's modified is Taylor Peck.
Oh, dear. Oh, boy. Sherm trying to get on the uphill side of that sled and lean her over. Don't you dare, you dirty little sled. All right, well, I think Sherman's looking down in that gully going, whew. He does look like the Pink Panther. All right. That's about where Keith Jackson's snowmobile bailed out. All right, let's see what Sherm's going to do. I'm thinking he's between some gates. I don't know if he's going to want to try to point it back up there and try it again. Well, nope, had to repull. Oh, yeah, obviously, I guess. His sled that got that far away from him, they don't have 10-foot tethers. They're only 5 feet, 30-foot tethers. 7.5 going to be the high mark for the Shermanator. Up next, racer number 285, Cash or Crash. Aaron Sturg, Pinedale, Wyoming, riding Skidoo, having a red letter day. He'll be followed by Dylan Boyce and Cameron Lindsay. I don't even know what red letter day means. I got to look that up. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't know if that's a pickup over there or some sort of apparatus. Woo. Nice, Sammy.
All right, Sammy getting up there, getting it done. New fast. No, not quite the fastest time. Taylor's still got it, but right there, the 1:17.78. 1:17.78 for Sammy McCackney. Now we're going to go with number 265, Caitlin Rogers, Camas, Utah, on a Skidoo, followed by Taylor Peck, and she will finish up women's mod, and we will move into amateurs modified. Amateurs, get them in the pits, get them ready, get them warmed up, let's go. Mason Irwin, Jason Tisdall, and Colby Angove.
Oh, shoot. Was it Aaron's? Yeah. Is he about up? Yeah, he is up. He must have grabbed a different pair. All right, Cash or Crash.
All right, sounds like Caitlin got up there, got into a little trouble. 12.4 for Caitlin.
One 1:20.87 for Aaron Sturk. 1:20.87. Well done again. I think Aaron likes it here at Pebble Creek. At the Boulder Dash. I mean, the Mogul Madness. Going to go now with racer number 729. Dylan Boyce, Rigby, Idaho, riding Skidoo. That's Dylan, yeah.
All right, we're off and running with number 105, Taylor Peck, Rigby, Idaho, on a Polaris. She will finish up women's modified, and we'll move into amateurs mod with number 712, Mason Irwin, Rock Springs, Wyoming, on a Skidoo.